Alright, good morning everyone. Welcome back to the show. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed yet still humble host, Mukluk. And today we are back in Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. So, with that, let's figure out where we need to go from here. I think we need to go over to the rest of Footfall and go to one of the other zones right now to get some of the other stuff done. So let's move over here. I love how many extra hit point bars there are up here now. Alright, lots of loot we apparently left. +5 to tech use, increase the damage from flame weapons. Mesh vest, okay. Collect all. Yes. Okay. Savoy Dog, Liege's Residence. And, is that where we just were? Where are we right now? Hold on a sec. We are Footfall Atrium. We're in the Atrium. Okay. Alright. Shadow Quarters. Multiple quests there. Seaphone, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Welcome. Albert says, I thought it's Festival of the Four Winds right after Dragon Bash. I would have to check the calendar. I don't have that one memorized. They don't usually have two holidays like one ends, the next one starts immediately. Usually there's at least a little break in between the two. Alright. Argenta gestures for your attention. Rogue Trader, I would like to remind you about Reverend Hieronymus's request. He asked us to search for a potential cultist den in Footfall's Shadow Quarters. You know Footfall better than me. Do you think the rumors of heretics are true? There was a time when I'd have said it was likely a fabrication. One can say many things about the Kazbalika mission or the other shady operators on Footfall, but even those thugs are loyal to the Emperor, and so they mercilessly exterminate outright heretics in their territory. But now, heretics have launched an open attack on a Rogue Trader's ship. A member of your dynasty, Kunrad Voitvir, has turned out to be one of them. And Footfall itself is sinking deeper and deeper into madness. In these times of strife, I'm willing to believe in heretics who openly perform their dark rituals and brazenly mark their dens with sacrilegious symbols. You seem weighed down by something. What? No? Argenta shakes her head and rubs her temples tiredly. Apologies, Rogue Trader. Being here on Footfall is difficult for me. It's a minor personal weakness, but I'm as ready to fight as ever. It will have no effect on my combat skills. I would like to know what this personal weakness is. Members of my crew cannot keep secrets from me. You're right. I will explain. It's about the circumstances of my arrival on Footfall. I wasn't born in the Expanse. I was sent here to be a guardian of a reliquary on Footfall, but my ship became caught in a warp anomaly, and although it lasted only days for those on board, decades had flown by in real space. When I at last arrived on Footfall, it felt like I'd been erased from time. No one was waiting for me on this side of the mall. The people who were supposed to greet me, who knew about my immediate arrival, had died. The reliquary that should have been mine to safeguard had instead been taken under the protection of Reverend Hieronymus and his brethren. They were more than up to the task. They had no need of my help. Footfall became my cage. I didn't know who I was or what purpose I had here. The way back to Calixis seemed like another trap. Even if I were to find a ship headed there, my sector, my old order, they too would have lived decades without me by that point. Whenever I'm reminded of those months spent on Footfall, it feels like I'm falling into a pit. I hope the rumors of cultists turn out to be true. I can't wait to prove with my bolter that the world and the Imperium need me. How and why did your stay on Footfall come to an end? Something must have changed? Yes, a sign, almost a portent, showed me the right path. But it's not something I could speak of like this, on the street in this den of malice. Let us be on our way. All I'll say is that on Footfall I met Lady Theodora and joined her, and that was the end of my languishing in this place. We must keep going. Alright, good morning all. Hey Jinxie. Muck, is Raven's Watch done for the evenings? Yeah, I think so. I think I'm good on that. It was a fun game, but, you know, it's kind of like Overwatch. You know, you just play as many matches as you want, and then you're done. You know, it doesn't really have, it doesn't really have, like, story stuff that happens during the gameplay.
adventure with a mutant or a bandit?
I enjoy it here. This place reminds me of the flagship's freight line. Almost like home.
It wasn't time that destroyed these tiles. They were definitely pried out with purpose and diligence. Okay. Patience, patience, your graces are almost there. You'll have your hunt and your thrills. Okay. Rising sun symbol. It seems oddly repulsive, even sinister. Awareness check. This fake door is connected to a mine trigger. Let's see. Goods. Now is our time. Oh, it's another one of those flyers saying, go be violent. We need no rules or leaders. Who holds a flamer like that, you idiot? We're almost refueled here. We'll show you how it's done. I'm just not feeling it anymore, that's all. The guy is pretty much a cinder now. It was a lot more fun while he was alive and thrashing about. And Mukluk, today is World Chocolate Day. Please eat chocolate. Also, I bet the Bard is the new Ranger spec. I don't want to eat chocolate this early, but I would be kind of surprised if Bard is Ranger.
Oh, glorious spectacle of your...
Look at that. Here comes another training target for us. Fire it up, you lot. Hmm. Alright, Navigator.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Hmm.
If I may. Quiet, Whispers! It's my toy, and I'm gonna control it myself.
There's one of the two buffs.
Me? Try to die with grace. At
Zap
least.
him. She doesn't have line of sight of the others. Alright, buff him.
Accustomed to being ordered around.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. Faith without
Entrench.
deeds is worthless. Time to slaughter someone.
They're throwing some fire bombs.
Let's make it quick.
See, they threw some debuffs on Muck.
What is my news?
How do we want to do this?
Let's see.
Taunt.
What if...
Door. Fight autonomously. And shield it aimed at those guys.
Hold on. Out of my way.
Love the trope at CRPGs where a band in the slums sees an obviously well-prepared military party and says, mug him. Yeah.
I will leave footprints of scarlet. I shall not fail. Trust me.
Okay, this guy is sturdy.
Strike me again. See what happens.
Let's get to it.
Stop mocking me.
Whoa! Dang it, lady. Ha.
Will do. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Pascal's turn.
Cormac TV raided my stream with 55 viewers.
Yo, Cormac, thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Welcome. Muckla Douglas, Bartholomew, Reginald Esquire the Fourth, and Sir John Van Snuffles the Third. Welcomes all of you to the lab. Hope you enjoy your stay entertainments on the way. Cricket, the speakers still touch the beakers giveaways every week. Please take a seat, but you'll only need the edge. We are currently playing Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, a CRPG based on Warhammer. Looks like you guys were doing that as well, so you guys know what's up. What are you saying there? Just the intro speech. Hang on. It's got subtitles. Well, for those of you just joining us, we played this game back when it first came out, did a full run, and we're trying it again now with all the DLCs installed. So, revisiting the game. Really liking the familiars and stuff that they added. Let's see. Cannot be used because of the effect. Yeah, what effect? That works. I see you went for full pet army. We got 3 right now. The Psyker Raven, the Eagle, and I'm playing an Arbides, so we got dog. Let's see. Ah.
Here we go.
Another fire starter. Doggerman got parried. Let's see. My favorite Guild Wars 2 YouTuber playing Rogue Trader. Hey, Guild Wars fan. Nice. Yes. Yeah, I make a lot of content for Guild Wars for any of you who are new here.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Let's see.
If I may. How dare you? I am a navigator, not a servitor.
A wicked thought.
I will endure.
Argenta is still burning.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Couldn't do raids without you. Glad I could help. Let's see. Sworn enemy on Cinder. Derrick Breach.
Schemes within the schemes. A genius at work.
Come. The other side awaits. The shadows will see it. Trust killing brings me no pleasure. I shall not fail.
Yeah, this Blade Dancer class did not exist in this game when I last played it, and it seems pretty busted, honestly.
The shadows will see. My blade whispers your name.
Ow.
They who discern the future on the battlefield. Anything else?
With the eagle on him. I think he stunned it. Missed again.
Out of my way.
Are there cat girls in this game? That sounds like a very heretical question. If there were cat girls, they would be Xenos.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me? Another foe painted black.
Alright, he's dead. Can't reach him this turn. Move there, charge him. Alright, is that the last one? Yes. Let's see. We do have a fresh injury on 2 people.
The Emperor sets my path.
So you heal yourself,
Blood is
and
my life.
you heal him.
My appreciation.
Okay.
Patience. My nerves are frayed.
The huge walls that rise above the chaotic buildings of Footfall are strikingly different from the small houses and squalid huts sitting huddled under the soaring arches. Reminds me of old Canaan in Guild Wars 2. Shanty town. It was like many, many stories tall, but it was all like shacks. I found a note on the body of Cinder. Location's been found in the shack. Yep, it's the den. The Anver den, I think. Alright, cargo, yoink.
In this tapestry of a world,
right there.
I am the rogue thread.
Rising sun symbol seems oddly repulsive, even sinister. Okay, let's see. Overseer. Alright, advanced tracking. Each cell traversed by the Cybermastiff increases its damage dealt. Bite. Choose an enemy in their line of sight within blah blah blah. Cells the Cybermastiff. The Mastiff immediately dashes that enemy and performs a special attack. The target suffers double rending damage and must pass a toughness resistance test or fall prone for 1 round. Consolidation. Overseer immediately dashes to the familiar within something cells. Can move through allies. Growl. For 1 round, all enemies near it do less damage. Run. For 1 round, the Cybermastiff can move through enemies. While moving, it inflicts levels of bleeding on all adjacent enemies it passes. Each enemy affected increases the crit chance of the next Cybermastiff attack. Depending on their familiar's level of wounds, the Overseer of the familiar gains a special benefit for 1 round. Less 50% wounds, the next 3 hits have their damage reduced. 50% wounds or more, the Overseer gains more damage to their next attack. This game has multiplayer? No, not that I know of. Unfortunately, Skaven don't exist anymore in 40k. Unfortunately. I've played Skaven in Total War Warhammer 3, and of course I fought Skaven in Vermintide too. Yeah, I don't know of any in 40k. Get bite. Alright, her. What does she have? Advanced tracking. When you relay a psychic power, a random enemy in a 4-cell radius around the Raven becomes immobilized. If they're already immobilized, they become perplexed. Complete the cycle. The psychic power relay through the Raven this round is relayed once again. Consolidation. Evil Eye. Enemies in a 4-cell radius around the Cyber Raven suffer warp damage and gain a stack of Perplexed until the end of combat. What is Perplexed again? Minus 10 penalty to ballistic skill, weapon skill, intelligence, and perception. Oh, stacking debuff. That could be good. Stabilize. Allies in a 4-cell radius around the Raven gain temp runes and 8% armor for 1 round. Strategic adaptation. Depending on their familiar's number of wounds, the Overseer or the familiar gains special benefit. Can also pick Psyker stuff. Get Evil Eye. Try that out. Alright, Navigator. Deal damage to all targets in a line and set them on fire. Mend reality. Notch of Purpose is pretty good. It forces an enemy to move, so you can get them to like move out of cover. Show the path. Can only target allies that have at least one melee weapon in one of their weapon sets. The target immediately gains an extra turn during which they gain the ability to use charge and only charge. Okay. Warp Curse Unleash. Enemy becomes cursed until the end of combat. At the start of their turn, the enemy closest to them also becomes cursed. So good for boss fights. Take Warp Curse. Okay. Pascal. Let's see. Blinding Strike. Selects an unoccupied cell in the line of sight. Their eagle moves to that cell and does its weapon damage to all adjacent enemies without provoking AOs. Those enemies must pass an agility resistance test with a minus 20 penalty or become blinded. Live Bait. Choose an ally within their line of sight and grant them the effect of the bait effect. If the Cyber Eagle is soaring, whenever an enemy attacks an ally with bait, each stack of this effect allows the eagle to deal its weapon damage to the attacker. Once the effect is triggered, the ally loses a stack of the effect. Okay, so it could just put that on the tank and then run the tank in. Let's try bait. That sounds like it could be fun. Alright, the Blade Dancer. Let's see. Exsanguination, immediately inflict bleeding on an ally of their choice. What? That ally gains bonus to dodge and additional movement points until the bleeding ends for any reason. What? Until the start of their next turn, the Executioner gains bonuses to their parameters for each creature, enemy, or ally in combat suffering from bleeding, burning, or toxin. Merciless Verdict. Executioner's next ranged attack or psychic staff ability inflict damage over time on all targets hit. That doesn't really apply to her. Pain Resonance. All enemies suffering from dot effects in a 4-cell radius around the Executioner immediately suffer an extra instance of damage from those effects. They must also make a resistance test or suffer an additional negative effect. Reckless Abandon. Replace 30% of their wounds with the same number of temp wounds till end of combat. While they have temp wounds, all their melee and damage over time effects do additional damage. Terrifying Strike. Next melee attack forces all enemies hit to run away. During this movement, the targets do not provoke AOO and leave a bloody trail on the ground, which remains till end of combat. I guess Reckless Abandon. Alright, and Argenta. Wildfire. Alright. Alright, quick save, because we just did a bunch of level ups. And
What
carry on.
lies beyond?
Box of goods. Melta charge and cargo. Yoink. Pascal, can you lockpick this box? Cargo. Yoink.
Pay attention.
Clear the rubble. Athletics check.
Applaud my brilliance.
And box of goods. Indomitable Rage. Your Mastiff gains +10 weapon skill and does 100% more damage. When the Mastiff hits the apprehended enemy, the Cyber Mastiff gains a stacking +10 bonus to strength for 1 round. Grenadier's Gloves. Using grenades costs -1 AP for the wearer. Enemies suffer -2 additional damage from the grenades. Okay.
Let us seize the moment.
Alright, so we got a dog item for the first time.
We'll see.
Cast your eye
Oh
there.
yes, they all
Rising Sun
will
symbol.
see.
Seems oddly sinister. A well-worn poster with a call to serve the Imperium. Box of goods. Yoink. Wastewater, unsafe for drinking even after purification, now being used for laundering. Ah, yes, I too use any dirty water in my house to do laundry. Makes total sense. Yoink! I assume Muck has seen the stuff about Guild Wars 2 Chinese social media posts. The poems that came out with the different class icons. Yeah, I heard about that after like the 3rd icon, yes. Dark Hideout. Check it out. Alright, tap quit, quick save. Wait, what was that? Oh, this room, I remember this one. Okay. Hold on, before I do that, what's over here? Alright, there's like another entrance over there. This would probably be a lot easier with an actual healer in the party, but Hinrix isn't available right now.
My nerves are frayed.
Wait. What was that? Yoink. Alright, Anver Kingpin. The man with a shaggy mop of dark hair is dressed and armed about as well as everyone else in here, and yet he is unmistakably their leader. He takes a step towards you. He chuckles. He spreads his arms wide in a welcoming gesture. My guests! What a joy it is to see you in my humble refuge. I see you've come here to be introduced to the truth. What will you choose then? Words or fire and metal? You already know the answer, heretic. Argenta grasps her weapon. If you have something to say, then say it. I will. Your time has passed. All of you. Bureaucrats, the Kazbalika, rogue traders, conceited aristocracy, and other worthless trash. All of you will soon burn. Do you even know what our name means, outsiders? Footfall calls us the Anvers, but they do not stop to look, listen, and learn. The man pauses, then half closes his eyes and proclaims in crude but clear High Gothic. Auxilio non venient. Help will not come. The maw has closed, the Coronis Expanse is on its own now. A new era has come and we are its sovereigns. And then he fills the room with stinky gas!
Another annoyance.
Spare none of them.
Oh, she's like way back there. Okay, let's see. Backline. Rear.
Isn't this a job
To the front there.
for serfs?
How do we want to do this?
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Now you're glad.
Alright, that's 3 of them dead.
An offering of blood. Death comes in silence.
Alright, so I just ran all the way over to him and hit the button to turn the fan back on. So that should get rid of the poison. There we go. Everyone lost poison. Alright, so that's 2. I'll do where it hurts. Reckless abandon.
As honor ordains.
I'm in, maggot.
I will not die in dishonor.
Alright, Pascal's turn. Why is it not letting me choose anything? Alright. Is it, maybe it's a line of sight issue?
Heavy is the tread of his faithful. Abide in the host of blessed creations of the omniscient.
Okay. Let's see. Obstruct vision.
Tech familiar activated.
Okay, and put bait on him.
Actors for tech familiar unit. Let's get to it.
Frenzy, frenzy.
That is not the Emperor's will.
Very surprised she can't shoot from there.
Doubt is for the weak.
Let's see. Run and
As the
gun.
Emperor commands, I act. Guided by faith. This is why I was chosen. I'll do
Alright,
it.
entrench. Okay, let's relocate the bird here. And buff 1, buff 2.
On it. Show me what you've got.
I saw bait go off there. Let's see, how do we want to do this?
What if?
Okay, Mastiff gets a kill.
Let's
Alright, taunt those. Tell the dog to go crazy. Temp wounds. I never noticed that Shield Bash was 0 AP until this moment. I didn't realize that was a free move. Alright, dog gets another hit. Let's see. Can you reach the boss with a warp curse from here? No, you cannot. Alright.
I'm not not accustomed to being ordered
Alright, let's just
around.
double tap that guy.
To die with grace and
Get him
peace.
out of here.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Of him.
If I may, if only that were possible.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Alright, let's use... Where it hurts. Captive audience. And Death Waltz on the boss.
The wicked be shed as thou hast willed.
Which I think is just gonna kill him. Because Death Waltz is stupid.
The other side awaits. I bring
This is
mercy
actually
and
a busted skill. How many stacks of bait does he still have? He still has 5. Alright, let's do... land there.
Blessed creations of the Messiah. Setting target.
Dude, who needs a gun when you could just remote control an angry bird? An angry robot murder. There it goes. It just killed another one.
as the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Let's see. Evil Eye. Let's try this out. Put this here. Evil Eye.
All right.
Eh. It does do the stacking debuff, but so in a longer fight maybe that, but for just like a little dude, probably would have been better just to use Psychic Shriek.
Let's see what you can do.
A new note in discordant melody.
Dog could not quite reach there.
A genius.
There we go. Okay, cool. I was a little nervous about that fight, but I underestimated the mobility of our Blade Dancer. Her being able to just run over to the console and turn off the poison fan immediately was something.
Sings in my veins.
That was something else. Alright, box of goods. What do we got? Adrenaline War Boots. At the start of the wearer's turn, they gain 20% dodge till the end of the round. So, good if you've got really good initiative, so you go earlier in the turn. Hand Flamer. Let's see. Chainmail. Anver Chainsword. Pirate's Eye Patch. Medicae. Alright. Every time I watch your stream, my bearded dragon goes nuts. He likes your voice or something. He literally licks the screen where your face is. Either he likes you or he wants to eat you. He's like, are you a bug? Because you're looking like a snack.
I am the
Multi-key.
thread.
Nice to know that my my fandom spans multiple species. I have been sent a picture before of someone who had like a pet cat, and their cat was pawing at the screen where I was. But I've never been told I was hitting that bearded dragon audience. Party potato? There you go. This will confuse the bearded dragon even more.
My warp sight reveals something.
Rising sun symbol. Rising sun symbol.
They will see.
There.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Roger, Sean Trumbull.
We'll see.
Let's see. Now he wants nothing to do with the party potato.
See, right there.
Rising sun symbol.
One step at a time.
Not a single Anver's attack has been reported lately. Behave yourselves. Right then, what have we got here? Double rations for you and your husband. I thought your husband kicked the bucket. People in the crowd look greedily at goods for which they have neither coupons nor money. Do you guys see this? It's like there's a box. There's an outline of a box, but it's like clipping into the ground. I can't actually click on the box. The indistinct hum of discontented voices hangs over the crowd. The street vendors seem to be lacking some essentials. And in their impotence, the people do not hold back their angry exclamations and curses.
Pay attention.
Good evening, Muck and Chat. Mukluk, hi.
Good evening, Janchucks. Hello. Welcome. Rising Sean Symbol. Exterminator Brigade Sergeant. Greetings, sir. What brings you here? Did you want to watch us break our backs out here, eh? Footfall Utility Crew 3 is proud to work for the good of the denizens and guests of the station. The man winks and salutes you with his flamer. What are you doing? Just burning rats, and some trash, and some parasites of other sorts. The district's under quarantine, you see. It got hit by something nasty. A disease. Maybe it isn't a disease. Maybe it's just some bugs and worms what crawled out of some ship or whatever. It's a bit odd that it's happened here and not at the docks, I'll grant you. Things like that usually start here. They even spray the place with some gunk to kill all the bugs and worms, but I guess something slipped through. 2 families in that block way over there snuffed it, and the leech wasted no time getting the district surrounded so that nobody could leave. How exactly did the victims die? Who knows? They found them in their hovels already dead, blue sores on their bodies, and they stank something awful, which is why the lot of them didn't even risk looting the corpses. Good on them, I guess. Doesn't mean we let them out, of course. So you don't know exactly what happened in the district? Disease, bugs, or something else? No, we don't. And we don't want to find out. If there's something nasty cropped up, the right move is to contain it and kill it with fire. Not go in there and see why it's there. You should change the texture of the potato to something more wooden. Ha. You know, I actually wonder, hang on a sec. Search Warhammer. Oh, no, I don't have any Warhammer filters. I tried. Okay. Where were we? Meh. Let's see. What measures have been taken to deal with the problem? You're looking at them. We stand here, burn the foulness, and we've got people standing guard so no one escapes. Put some mines down, a whole lot of them, for the same reasons. The water, the sewers, all blocked off to stop any communications getting out. The air's open, I suppose, but the foulness doesn't seem to be airborne. There haven't been any strange deaths outside the district. Carry on, remain vigilant. He's like, don't worry, boss, we're doing a good job murdering.
There will be no peace in my wake.
I wonder how often that joke was made. You were the first person ever. The small nook in the stone is empty apart from dust and a few scraps of paper. There's evidence that a cache that once had a small door covering it and a locking mechanism. Is there a warehouse? Hold on. Where is... Okay, I think this here is where Jay is. I want to get the quest for Jay, because we never got her to join the party last time. For any new folks, this is our second playthrough of the game, but in my first playthrough of the game, my quest with her, I either did a quest in a wrong order and then I couldn't finish her quest, or there was a glitch, I don't know which, but she was like a party member that I was never able to get to join. She's like a pirate or something. They're bringing help to the Warhammer 40k way? Yeah. I mean, remember, humanity numbers in the trillions, so there's a lot of spares. I think you never talked to her. No, I definitely talked to her. But, it's just... I didn't finish her quest line or whatever. Like, you can't not talk to her. It's like part of the, MSQ.
Nice little spot. It's good to see folks enjoying themselves. Even the air in here feels nicer to breathe.
An entire establishment dedicated to unproductive and parasitical pursuits. A waste of station space.
Under the floor, you could see the remains of the void ship's life support system. It seems that whoever dismantled the vessel decided to just leave it in place.
Curiosity sings in my
Cluster right there.
veins.
Pascal, can you lockpick that?
Operation successful.
Yoink. There she is.
Rough day.
Oh my gosh, voice acting.
You have no idea.
I just might. That's the second bottle you've downed.
Jai Hidari. Falco sends his regards.
And what does that unholy scion of a Grox and a Brahan want from me this time? Oh, wait, I don't really care. My sole plans for tonight are drowning my grief in a sea of Amasak.
We'll give you grief, all right. Get out!
Are these guys stormtroopers? They just unloaded like 80 rounds
Falco to come himself next
from
time.
5 feet away. And they all missed.
Hidari, I am tired of your mess. Out! Get some sleep. We'll talk about settling up later.
Okti Shireen, light of my eyes. Can't you see my soul is full of sadness? Have you no heart at all? Let go of your material concerns and let me grieve in peace. Have we met somewhere before?
The woman looks at you with the glassy eyes of a drunk, and you notice the 2 empty bottles that have been keeping her company before you arrived. She looks completely out of place in this dingy, smoky bar. The fancy attire, the abundance of jewelry, the implants plated with precious metals, her appearance not only screams wealth, but also audacity. For only an audacious person would flaunt their wealth at a place like this.
Greetings, Shireen. With whom do I have the honor of speaking?
She smiles somewhat groggily as she examines you over the glass that is raised to her lips. I am Mukluk, trade envoy of House von Valancius.
Well then, here's to our meeting. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that you're someone special, since you've been granted an audience with the Liege of Footfall himself. It's always a pleasure to make the acquaintance of someone powerful. And the timing couldn't be better.
Cylindria says, I'll warn you, my husband spent a lot of time kicking Jay out of his bedroom. She has some very specific ideas about what she wants from the rogue trader. On my first playthrough, I romanced the navigator. She was sweet. This one I was going to, someone told me that Kizbala, well, you could romance, the crazy knife lady. So I was like, you know, there's no way I can fix her, but whatever's wrong with her is way hotter. So, I was going to romance her if that was an option this time. I didn't even consider Jay as an option.
Jai Hidari at your service. Professional trader, shrewd commercial broker, and, may he steal my tongue if I'm lying, the most honest dealer on Footfall. Nonetheless, we all have our problems, and at times even one's many merits aren't enough to solve them. Perhaps it would be no trouble for a person with your kind of power and standing to assist someone with my kind of predicament. I have heard a great deal about how open-minded the members of the von Valancius dynasty are, and Lady Theodora especially.
Let's just say it doesn't matter if you are considering Jay as an option, she considers the rogue trader an option. So she's rolling to seduce me. Okay, got it. What do you need help with?
You see, Shireen, there's one cardinal rule on Footfall. Anything goes as long as it doesn't get in the way of business. I'm someone who's been able to exploit that rule to the fullest. And in recent years, I've hit it so big, I've become a speck of sand in someone's green eye. They used to throw small wrenches into my dealings here and there. Well, now they've decided to really put their backs into it. Some rats stolen my cargo and dragged it off to the seediest part of the Shadow Quarters. A crummy place even for connoisseurs of Footfall's unique atmosphere. When I asked the Liege for protection, we had a mutual misunderstanding.
A mutual
In the
misunderstanding.
most lamentable fashion, has forgotten his duties as guardian of the downtrodden and wronged. So I'm in desperate need of a new one. And you, Shireen, fit the bill perfectly. All I need is for you to drop by one dark corner of Footfall Shadow Quarters and pound it into the thieves' heads that taking Heydari's property carries certain risks.
Commerce test succeeded. Jay appears to be a serious operator on Footfall. The Liege's refusals to help means the loss of a potential ally, so Jay's encroaching on his turf. If Ladame is not responsible for the disappearance of Jay's cargo, he will certainly benefit greatly from it. If the Liege is neglecting his duties, then I shall become your patron.
May the Exalted One bless you and your progeny. Then here's what we'll do. We shouldn't be seen together before we make it to the safe house. I'll head there first. I'll take my own special route so I won't be spotted.
Oh, a special route.
Right. Here, that's where those ashmags are keeping the stolen cargo. Out the bar, over the bridge, and to the left. There in the depths you'll find a small courtyard, through which you can get to the place. I'll be waiting nearby. You can come when it suits you, but the sooner you do, the better. I'll see you then, Shireen.
Okay. Yoink!
One step at a time, amidst them.
Yeah, I remember doing this quest for her, where you, like, fight in the warehouse and get her cargo back. But I don't remember what happened after that, but I never got her to join my crew. Carouse.
Genius.
The decanter used to contain a cheap amasec, which for the sake of attractiveness has been enriched with a deodorizing agent. Leftovers of pitiful food are stuck to the sides of the plates. Gordai Skatov. The flabby man in worn clothes is sighing sadly over a glass of murky booze. Only when he looks up at you do you notice his eyes, large, piercing, and full of sorrow, a stark contrast to his unkempt appearance. Could it be that someone actually wishes to keep me company? Allow me to introduce myself. Gordai Skatov, an architectural historian. You look deeply despondent over something. What happened? Here I go again, pouring my heart out to have you disappear in 10 minutes just like everyone else before you. But alright, here is the story of Gordai Skatov, the unluckiest historian in the Imperium. I was born 2 sectors away from here. My family was quite influential, which allowed me to dedicate myself to my great passion, the history of Imperium architecture. I spent a number of years studying every scholarly work there was to find on this art, and then, once I had inherited my family's fortune, I traveled and documented the development of architectural thought on different worlds. Until one day, oh, that accursed blessed day, until one day I came into possession of something quite special. Gordai pulls what looks like a book or an album with a homemade leather cover out of his bag. Both the pages and the binding look well worn. Here it is, My Undoing, an authentic booklet titled Dwayne's Design, one of the thousands that were printed centuries ago in the time of Footfall's construction. What a curious read. Please, tell us more. As Cassia takes a shy step forward, Gordai smiles and shows her some of the faded pages. Footfall's founder, Lord Persimus, was obsessed with his creation's grand future. This booklet describes in detail what Footfall was meant to become upon its completion. Dozens of asteroids turned into glorious palaces and temples, massive bridges spanning the void itself, and the marvelous flying buttresses, the archivolts of the exterior arches, the elegant arrangement of balusters, and the interior. Paliferous 10 stories tall and more than a kilometer long. Cyclopean light tubes that catch the light of Furibundus and use it to brighten the halls of the hearts of the... Excuse me. Brighten the halls of the hearts of the asteroids. Stained glass windows and mosaics, bas-reliefs, and statues. Engrossed in his own description, Gordai stands up and starts tracing the outlines of arches and galleries with his hand. Adira blinks sleepily, barely suppresses a yawn, and starts looking around with a bored expression. Let's see. Faith says, so it seems this is similar to Baldur's Gate 3. What's the main difference between Baldur's Gate 3 and this? Okay, so both of them are definitely under the same genre of game. They are both what's called a classic RPG, or CRPG for short. Very heavy basis on story, probably turn-based combat, and, you know, the decisions you make in conversations are just as important as how you win a fight. Often in these games, there are many different ways of handling situations, you know, like, you know, getting someone drunk, or picking their pocket, or just shooting them outright, or following them, things like that. Now, this game is quite different from BG3. One, they didn't have as many voice actors for this game, so there is quite a bit of reading, if that, you know, if that bothers you. The setting, Warhammer 40k versus just standard fantasy. This one's not D20. It's more like D100. It just tells you percentage chances, right? Like, if you go to use a move on an enemy and it doesn't have a percentage chance, it's going to work. But if you go to use a move on an enemy and it says, like, you know 70% chance that this shot will hit them, or they're behind cover, you know, there's a little bit of XCOM in the combat of this game, where you can, like, hide behind cover and stuff like that in order to increase defense. Keep listening. Emerging from his reverie, he catches himself, blushes slightly, and loudly flops back onto his seat. I apologize, I got carried away. But you must understand how deep an impression this booklet left on me when my young self picked it up. I simply couldn't think about anything other than Footfall. I was ready to give my life just to see this incredible station. And of course, no matter how hard my friends and loved ones tried to dissuade me, I still gathered all my savings and set out on a journey. It was no easy feat to cross 2 sectors, especially for a common citizen, albeit one with some resources at his disposal. I had to change one ship for another, at times being forced to stay on transfer worlds, waiting for a vessel headed in the right direction, or for warp disturbances to subside. The voyage took me a total of 107 years. In real space-time, of course. For me, it was much less than that, somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 or 35 years. And then, after all those years, having spent all my savings, I reached my dream. And what did I see? A dump in place of this exquisite portico, metal anthills clinging to the columns, the marble tiles pilfered by paupers to use as cladding for their hovels. Gorday hangs his head. It's been a dozen years since I came here and I still haven't recovered from the shock. I have suspected that not everything from the booklet would exist in reality, but I never expected to see Footfall in such a starry state. It's like stumbling upon the horrible decomposing corpse of your beloved, beautiful beloved. Argenta's gaze darkens. The warp, like a shameless thief, is guilty of stealing the short span allotted to his servants. But what sense is there in spending half your life on such an enterprise, only to then lose your spirit and waste the remaining half on nothing at all? Now, she already lost a few decades to the warp, so this hits close to home for her. So then ink and paper can too lie and cause pain. Cassia sighed sadly. Does this mean that all I have ever read about will one day disappoint me with the ugliness of reality? But you're an architectural historian. Is what happened to Footfall not part of its history? Gorday strokes his goatee in thought. Yes, Footfall's current appearance, slums fused together with the remains of majestic palaces, is a unique phenomenon. I would be curious to observe if other places have taken after it, thereby solidifying it as a new style of architecture, or if it still remains a local oddity. My word, you certainly know how to provide an unexpected perspective on things. Be that as it may, I just wanted to say thank you for hearing me out. Over the dozen years I've spent on Footfall, not one person has hung around long enough to listen to my story to the end. It's such a delight to have shared everything that's been weighing on my mind. I'm poor as a church mouse, but I still have something to offer you as a token of my appreciation. After studying the booklet thoroughly, I discovered something interesting. A ciphered message scattered throughout its pages. Taking the form of a riddle, it describes certain places of interest on Footfall. I believe it is the work of the book's creators. What if these riddles lead to something? A wondrous discovery? I will gladly share what I've been able to learn with you. Riddles! A flash of burning, almost childish curiosity brightens Cassia's austere countenance. Have you not tried to make this wondrous discovery for yourself? I have, of course, but I'm an old man who is blind in one eye and can barely move his legs. I never found anything, but that doesn't mean there's nothing to find. Tell me about these places these riddles lead to. The first location from the riddles isn't far from here. It's a bridge that was supposed to go through the center of this district and into the void toward the neighboring asteroid. Only a couple of its spans were built, and even those lie in ruins. Still, if the cache survived after all those years, it is there somewhere. The second location is the Lantern of the Great Cathedral. A lantern is a small tower on top of a dome. You've seen Footfall's atrium, haven't you? The whole atrium is just the nave of the former little cathedral. The Liege's entire so-called palace would have fit inside what was meant to be naught but a single room. The Great Cathedral, had it been built, would have been even bigger. But alas, its construction was just getting underway when Dwayne died and the work stopped. The lantern from its dome, however, had already been built and survived. It was brought inside the atrium and dubbed the Chapel of St. Drusus the Warrior. That's all I know. I wish you luck in your search. I must take my leave. Good luck to you.
They will see.
Medicaid 90.
Oh, yes.
Poorly washed plates plastered with remnants of unsightly food. Alright, open this door. Box of goods, cargo, yoink. Hold on, there was like a bag here or something I missed. Yoink. Eldrads I could never get into XCOM. Well, the XCOM thing was only when I was talking about, like, firing lines, right? Like, for example, if you're in a fight here, and you have a person stand in the doorway, they can get shot, right? But if they stand here, they can shoot out, and they will use part of the doorway for cover. Quite simply, it just means that the enemy has a lower % chance of hitting you, right? So it rewards you for standing next to a wall or behind a box, things like that, when you're fighting. That's all I meant by it. It's not XCOM in all the ways. Oh, that guy just shot himself. Okay. Oh, by the throne. That's him, isn't it? The poor sap who got his tongue cut out by the Anvers. That's the one. I think he was from the Casbalica. Well, his troubles are over now. Awareness. The upholstery of this dirty sofa moves slightly. A soft hissing can be distinctly heard from the depths of the furniture. What the hell? Riza. The woman appears to be in her 40s, and she's surveying you with interest. Her right eye appears almost black against her dusky skin, while her left eye emits a greenish light filtered through the smudged lens of a prosthesis. Her arms are tattooed all the way from the base of her shoulders to her knuckles. Oh, she actually has a picture. Looking for something specific. You're buying or maybe selling. Don't be shy, just ask. Old Riza knows all kinds of folks. My boys will fetch you anything your heart desires. She doesn't know this guy's dead. Grandpa Bakval says hello. Her face breaks into a broad smile. That old rascal, I thought he'd croaked in the mines a long time ago, but old man Bakval's still alive and kicking, you say. Me and him have been through a lot of interesting scrapes together, and oh, all the weird and wonderful things we've acquired. Bakval wouldn't send his regards along with just anyone. You must have done him a good turn. Because of that, old Riz is going to give you a special discount. You've gained a 5 PF discount on items from the Fellowship of the Void faction. Let's see what you have to offer. Alright, let's see. Plus 10% parry reduction, 5% armor pen for melee. Alright, yoink. Let's see, intoxicating elixir, yay drugs. Some medkits, always good.
75 months straight. Hope you have a good stream, Mukluk Bobble.
Hey, FCC! Doing great. Thank you for the continued support, buddy. Really appreciate that. When the wielder attacks with a ranged weapon at a 1-cell range, they also inflict bleeding. Bayonet knife. Alright. Big thank you, FCC. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mr. Mattyman says, back when I was a kid, one of my classmates had a snake, and every time it escaped, it always crawled into their sofa, and then it didn't come out till it was hungry. Of course, I have to be here when I can be. Appreciate that. Let's see. Don't think I need to cash out on most of my stuff for this right now. Alright, so we got another faction unlocked that we could sell to. Wait, there's like a box or something we missed over here. What is that? It's a safe on the wall. Pascal? Alright, there we go. Okay, I think we've picked this place clean. So now we can do Jay's quest and try to get her to join the squad. Shadow quarters. You know, all of the familiars are pretty cool, but I really like the Cyber Eagle. Like because like the dog, sometimes you're like dog attack, and then it's like, oh, I only have enough movement to move halfway there. I can't attack it this turn. But the eagle just like it can always get to where you want it to be. On a void ship at 40k, I'd imagine there's something worse than a snake inside a hissing sofa. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's probably freaking like a nurgling or something. Speaking of, did you save the honey town whatever from the alien nice day for fishing? Yes. Yes, I did. Also, one thing was really crazy, if you weren't here for it, Rowan, the guy who was the voice actor for Nice Day for Fishing, ain't it? He raided me during the final boss battle. So him and like 100 people from his community popped into my chat and were cheering me on right when we were fighting the final boss. And then we talked with him for a few minutes. It was pretty cool. And like I didn't know his Twitch name, which was Rowan. I didn't know him on that. So I didn't recognize him at first, but then chat went crazy and then I realized who it was through them. The container is sealed shut on all sides. You notice the remnants of metallic tags have been cut. Shireen, I'm here. What a joy it is to see you. Follow me, please. Okay, so this is where we try to get her goods back. Wonder what Shireen means. Clearly, she's saying it like to address me, like, you know, like dude. Shadood.
Is aiding a smuggler an endeavor worthy of a rogue trader?
You're just jealous. She swigs Amasek wears revealing clothes, while your only outlet is praying.
I don't think that was the insult you think it was, Adira. The container is airtight. You get the feeling this was originally a standard box for transporting non-fragile cargo that was then sealed manually. Alright. This is a lot of probably explosive barrels. I'm a bit nervous here. Alright, you know what?
In the shadows of the Imperium's ignorance,
Alright, so I just moved forward with just the tank. He can hopefully survive if something stupid happens. Prepare for battle, get your characters in position. Alright. I just noticed music's not playing, that's odd. Alright, start battle. Okay, let's do...
Isn't this a job for the
back line. Front line.
I'm not accustomed to being
Okay. Where is Adira?
Me.
Give Adira a turn.
Insist, Lord Captain.
Put the bird there. And give everyone more dodge and parry. Okay. And let's do the curse thing on that combat servitor. That's the permanent debuff that starts spreading.
dance of blades and shadows.
Oh, wow, that did very little damage.
I shall not fail. The shadows will see it done.
Okay, that one did a lot more.
As the tenants demand.
Ah, parried. Ah, I told you I was scared of the barrels. I told you.
Aim for the heart next time.
Out of my way. Let's get to it.
Alright, she already did AoE dodge buff. We could do this buff now. And let's see. Could do lightning. That would hit her. Oh, there. Oh, that's good. That'll kill 3.
Of course, be gone.
Alright, and we can throw a dodge on her because she wasn't in range earlier.
Living on the edge.
There's Jay. Jay throws a grenade.
Let's get to it. Time to throw. Let's get to it.
Let's get to it.
Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Guys, I think we're going to get to it.
Step by step, I lead. What if...
Alright, taunt.
Schemes within schemes.
And put dog on standby. Woo! Oh, we all dodged it. Wow. Let's see. I think either most of the things she says are either nonsense made up 40k words or references to IRL words that would change to imply that they have changed during the intervening 40k years. Makes me think of Cyberpunk a little bit. Choom. we're gonna clep that.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Alright, this might hit Muck a little. Okay, it didn't.
Act.
But she didn't hit anything at all, so there we go. Pascal still hasn't gotten a turn yet. There we go. Alright. Bait on him. Wait, where is Pascal? Oh, he doesn't have line of sight.
Abide in the host of blessed creations of the Omnissiah.
I'm here, maggot.
Pain is but an illusion.
Okay, Cassia's turn again. I'm gonna try something. Give Pascal another turn.
Tech Familiar activated.
Whoa! That hurt.
Abide in the host of blessed creations of the Omnissiah.
Emperor, give me strength.
Oh my god, look at that! Blarg!
In the name
Give
of
Adira an extra turn with no attack limit.
prevail.
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Oh, okay, it said it was Kizbella's turn, then it just was like, never mind. I guess she was stunned or something.
Was beacon.
I know what I'm doing, usually.
Just skip her turn. Voice of command, move.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
1 damage.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
See, this poison gas.
Algorithm. Request approved.
Nice, cat got one.
Still standing.
Ah, so much damage.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Bite. There we go. What a mess. Thank the throne we didn't come here with just the 3 of us. Can we get out of the poison, please? Shut up and get moving, Core. We need to open the passage into the tunnels and let our guys in. Jay, on your signal? If these Ashmags dared to touch something from the cargo... ... Quest completed, 1 on Footfall. 2, 3, 5. Thank the Exalted One. Those Ashmags didn't have time to make off with anything yet. Jay carefully inspects the containers emblazoned with markings from some unknown freight operator and then smiles and touches the comm bead in her ear. Give me 2 minutes, Shireen. I'll send the coordinates to my loyal crew who will deliver my property somewhere safe. And done. Jay removes her hand from her ear and turns to you. We're good. Now, how about we relocate to a more pleasant and private space to discuss the details of our deal, specifically payment for your efforts. Let's go. Jay opens her mouth to reply when you hear the sound of many footsteps behind you. Vladame's agent. Stop right there, in the name of the liege. He just ran into the poison. The gaunt, pale-skinned man in grimy clerical robes glances at you and immediately falls to his knees obsequiously. Your Excellency, please forgive my vehemence, most noble Mukluk. I never expected to encounter such eminent persons in this corner of Footfall. Most noble Excellency? Jay purses her lips slightly and shoots you a confused look. I am Vladame Takar's personal agent. The man hesitates, choosing his words carefully. I came here to remove from criminal circulation a shipment, the distribution of which is banned in the lands of Footfall, horrendous xeno-heresy that has been fraudulently delivered to a bastion of the Holy Imperium. He looks at Jay. I do not doubt for a moment, most noble Mukluk, that your presence here is merely a misunderstanding brought about by another's manipulations. Commerce test succeeded. It is too great a coincidence that the Liege's representative should arrive in the Shadow Quarters just after Jay has recovered her rightful spoils. It seems the guards reported the problems with the shipment over the Vox, and not just to anyone, but to Liege's personal agent. Vladame Takar knew about the shipment from the start and planned to take it for himself and get rid of Jay if he could. Behold, the grubby, underhanded struggle between cold traders. And had it not been for your impromptu deal struck at the bar, Vladame might have succeeded. Also, Leo Rose, thank you for the sub. I don't remember if I said it. I appreciate you. Two, I guess. J. Hidari, the owner of this cargo, is presently under my protection. Under a rogue trader's protection. Tell your master he should think twice before crossing her from now on. And don't forget to tell him that I'm not mad, but I will be collecting the debt sometime. No, he doesn't even respond. Jay watches him hurry away and then looks at you. I wish I could see Vladame's face when he finds out he almost stepped on the toes of one of the most powerful people in the Expanse. Listen, Muk, I'm genuinely sorry about all this confusion. Vladame and I have had our differences, but I never thought he'd want to clean me out and do away with me in some dark corner. At least not so soon. If you hadn't agreed to our deal, Shireen, my gang and I would already be floating in orbit around one of Footfall's asteroids. And yes, my shipment contains Xeno artifacts, possession of which is a death sentence for any commoner. But you, Shireen, do not strike me as a commoner. If I had told you directly, you would have become, shall we say, complicit. But since those illicit words did not escape my lips, you would merely be agreeing to help an unfortunate soul, me, to capture a few containers. My sincerest wish was to protect you from any unnecessary trouble, Shireen. I swear to the Exalted One, and I do hope that this misunderstanding will not affect our future cooperation. Pascal, this statement is true with the exception that you yourself are an uneducated laywoman and a thief who ought to stay away from the technological perversities of non-humans. I am now requesting your preventative disposal. Wow, Pascal's like, I am now requesting we kill her just in case. Uneducated? Me? I've held things in my hands that you, Cog for Brains, can only dream of in your oil-soaked data fantasies. Stop hiding behind piety and law. You're simply defending your clique's monopoly on anything and everything of interest and monetary value. Tell me about your business on Footfall. The truth of it, and don't leave anything out. Alright then. This isn't my first year in the Expanse. It's not my first year in business either. I've sat at the negotiating table with all sorts, not just loot hunters or smugglers either, but with Xenos, ones intelligent enough to believe that mutual benefit was a better outcome of our meeting than mutual destruction. I know what the Ecclesiarchy has to say about that, but speaking from the bottom of my heart, I know where the line is between an ordinary deal and a betrayal of humanity, and I never cross it. I see nothing wrong with making profit where it does no harm to oneself or the Imperium. She gives you a pearly smile. We think alike, Shireen. Well then, does this mean I can hope for our partnership to continue? A rogue trader could use someone with your talents and connections, Jay. I would like to see you in my retinue. Exalted One bless you and your entire dynasty. I wouldn't say no to marking the occasion properly. It's not every day you embark on a brilliant new business partnership. Dom and Mukluk, if it is indeed your wish to let this heretic into your retinue, allow me to carve a vow of service into her tongue. Let the pain prevent her from uttering words of deceit and remind her of obedience. What? Don't even think about it, you crazed Kashka, unless you want me to add a few extra bits of lead to the metal adornments on that sulky mug of yours. Argenta regards Jay. It is a strange circle you are forming around yourself, rogue trader. Sister Argenta. Jay gives her an almost lecherous once-over. I've heard all about your deeds on Footfall, but I never would have guessed there was an angelic beauty behind all the idle gossip. And while we're at it, Shireen, when were you going to reveal your true identity to me? Jay cocks her head to one side curiously. I'm infinitely flattered by your attention, but if I had known I was talking to a rogue trader and not an envoy of one, I would have shown some decorum. I wanted to talk like normal people do. For a man of my status, it's a rare treat. I just got this status like a week ago. That is so human, your lordship. I guess people at the top have a lot more in common than regular folk than some might think. Either way, I'm entirely willing to join your retinue. From now on, my knowledge and experience are entirely at your disposal. Oh, and one more thing. If you're interested in a rather lucrative offer, one that can give the Von Valancius Protectorate a leg up, I'd say now isn't the time to be thinking about such things, but once we get back to your ship, perhaps you could spare me a minute, Shireen. Profit factor gained. Alright, so I have... I don't remember why, but just last time... I remember doing this quest last time, but just never had her join the group. Like, I think she was like, you know, okay, now meet me at the bar. And I went to the bar and tried to talk to her and she wouldn't respond. And then I just never got her to join. Okay, so she's an officer. Alright. Which I think means if I make her an overseer, she can get the servo skulls pet, which I've never seen. Sure, we'll try it out. She can get eagle or skulls. Okay. Let's try it. For 1 round, the Servo Skull Swarm gains 10 Fellowship and Int. The effects triggered by its signal abilities affect targets for an additional round. If the signal is replaced with another signal, if the Servo Skull is destroyed, or if the affected target moves away from the Servo Skull. Consolidation. Dashes to their familiar. Medicae signal. At the start of their turn, each ally in a 4-cell radius around the Servo Skull gains wounds and an overseer Medicae. What? That's so cool! Cannot be more than 90% chance to remove 1 injury. Does not affect unconscious allies. The signal effect lasts until the Servo Skull Swarm is destroyed or uses another signal. At the start of her turn, each enemy in a 4-cell radius around the skull makes a resistance test. Each enemy that fails gains priority target. While this effect lasts, the Servo Skull's armor and dodge are increased for each enemy in the area. Provocation. At the start of the turn, each enemy in a radius makes a willpower resistance test. Each enemy that fails makes a free attack against the closest creature, ally, or enemy. Provocation signal. Alright, let's get Medicae signal. That sounds so neat. Okay. Equipment. Alright, so this is her. She's got a 2-handed chainsword and... Splinter. Oh, these are alien guns. Okay, so she can use alien weaponry. Armored body glove. Plus 10% dodge. Okay. Where's Lore Imperium? Depends on Fellowship instead of Int. Her Fellowship is quite high. Could do that for now. Look at Kizbala's haircut. What? Oh yeah, she's got this really weird... Yeah. It's really weird. It's almost like a lobotomy scar. Yeah, it's a weird one. Also, her, like, tabard tail has got, like, seals all over it. Like CVS receipts. Let's see. What else we got? Iconoclast. When you hit with Deadeye Shot, reduce target's deflection. Allows you to parry melee attacks with a ranged weapon. Let's see. At the end of the wearer's turn, they gain temp wounds equal to the amount of collision damage. Tech use. Does he... What slot would that go in? That would go here. Give her the boots. It's interesting that the boots don't have the same graphic. The left one has like a knee pad and the right one doesn't. Okay. Formation. Want these two up front. Maybe like that. Okay. Oh, and there's our Servo Skull Swarm.
Others prefer power.
Hold on, let's see it.
Me, well, I'm not that picky.
Look at that.
I'll take both.
Oh, I have an item of that. Plus 10 Fellowship and Intelligence, no damage from area attacks.
What lies beyond?
Okay. Goods. Yoink. Goods, what is this? Once per turn, when the wearer scores a critical hit with a pistol, the next attack of the pistol costs 0 AP. Give that to her.
question is my observance.
What? Oh, back here. He saw something. Okay, is that everything?
They will see.
Think so.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Think we got everything.
They all will see.
Alright, back to the shadow quarters. She has a passive that's quite broken. Basically, she gets a ton of free stats. As a passive? Hang on. Once I get through this load screen, I can check her again.
Ready as always.
She has a passive called Cold Trader's Acumen. Where do I see this? Social skill bonuses. The Cold Trader's reputation level, or the Rogue Trader's rep level, grants J additional bonuses. With Jerusian, she gets resistances and Lore Imperium. Explorators, she gets bonus to armor and tech use. Casbalica mission, she gets bonuses to dodge and parry and commerce. Fellowship of the Void, she gets bonuses to critical hit chance and coercion. Imperial Navy, she gets bonuses to cover, efficiency, and persuasion. Okay. That is a lot of stuff.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Alright, so still could go into the area where they're burning everything. But I think we do have some other stuff to do first.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Legion's Resonance. Doc Alpha Row. I think we meet up with Hinrix again soon if I start heading back to the ship. Sicarian Ruststalker. There's Hinrix. A familiar figure turns to you. Hinrix von Kalox, interrogator of the Ordo Xenos, bows his head respectfully. Lord Captain. Greetings, interrogator. To what do I owe the pleasure of this latest visit? Only to our mutual duty to humanity. It is that duty that demands that I disturb your peace once more. I was able to contact my mentor and report the tragic events that transpired on Rykad Minoris. I also received some information from my agents regarding the movements and actions of enemies of humanity, including the Xenos that we're assuming were involved in the theft of the star. According to their findings, the threat now hangs over other worlds. This time, yours, Lord Captain. Hinrix clears his throat and begins in an appointedly official tone. By the order of Lord Inquisitor Xavier Calcazar, whose duty is to stand sentinel over the Cronus Expanse, the rogue trader of House von Valancius is to take on board the agent of the Most Holy Inquisition and provide escort and support in deeds great and small that serve to safeguard the territories of the Imperium against its enemies. This decree is effective immediately upon announcement and remains in effect until decided otherwise by His Excellency Calcazar. Adir's whisper is barely audible. All I got from it is that ridding ourselves of this snitch won't be easy. What exactly caused this need to rejoin my crew? The cause is the activity of humanity's enemies, including the cult of the Final Dawn. In my absence, the situation in the Coronis Expanse has changed. I've received an exhaustive report from my agents. This heresy has taken root in the region where the Von Valancius worlds lie. You probably already know about the fate of the industrial world of Kiava Gamma. If not, then I will share what details I know, but not here. Better to talk on board, where we will not be overheard. A sanctioned psycho with an inquisitorial rosette in my retinue? For free, no less? The other rogue traders will be positively green with envy. Not the most common response to the news that I will be constantly breathing down your neck. You aren't wrong, though. I prefer to repay favors in kind. Assist me by ensuring that my work is unobstructed, and I will assist you in return. I must also deliver this to you. Hinrix pulls out a sealed letter. The Lord Inquisitor specified that the contents of this envelope are for your eyes only. I would ask you to read it as soon as you have the time. That is everything for the time being. Are you headed to the ship, or do you still have business on Footfall? Whatever the case, I can either wait for you on board or accompany you as part of your retinue. So, from my last playthrough, I saw his whole story, but he's my lock-picking person. I can't not have him. He opens all the doors. She's just insanely strong and unique. There's no other navigators, so I don't really want to give her up. I don't know Adira, Kizbella, or Jay's stories, so I kind of want to have them in the group. But honestly, Adira is constantly blowing us up. Adira's stupid powers keep blowing up the group, so that is kind of annoying. Alright, let's do this for now. We can swap them out as needed. Remove Muck, you saw his story. Not this Muck. It's a different Muck. Secrets of the Cult. Talk to Hinrix about the Cult of the Final Dawn. Okay. Regen. Didn't I get a staff earlier and I was like, oh my god, that staff is so good for Hinrix. Where is it? Emperor's Wrath. I think this was it. Everyone adjacent to the target point suffers damage. Damage dealt by this attack to allies is reduced by the target's resolve. Could try it? It's a book on a stick. Admuk, I remember you asking, probably 3 streams ago, how the Skitari of the Admeg differ from servitors. The difference is basically that they have more fine-tuned augmetics, and that they have an on and off switch for their brains. Their commanding officers can basically run them as remote-controlled drones if they want to, but they also have what passes for free will when they are not being used like that. Oh my god, that reminds me of like the Five Nights at Freddy's animatronics. Understood. Rust Stalkers are Skitari veterans that have had all or most of their limbs blown off. So they're basically like those mech units from XCOM, a torso with mechanical limbs, more machine than man. Okay. Alright. Let's go back here. And we've got 2 quests still in the Shadow Quarters. So I think we know I think we need to go into the quarantine area. I can't remember if I could just walk up and just like flex my rogue tradership to get through the door, or if I need to do something else, so we're about to find out. Want to know? Well, I'm about to talk with these guys, so hang on. Are the people trapped in the quarantine zone being provided with aid of any kind? Of course not. I mean, I heard Reverend Hieronymus has been praying for their souls, which sounded more like retribution fell upon them, and rightfully so. That's the most they can hope for. I wish to enter the quarantine zone. No dice. Not gonna happen. We're letting no one in. I'm telling you right now, bribes and intimidation won't work on me, so don't even try. You could file a petition with the Liege if you're so desperate, but my advice to you would be to go on your merry way. The Void's got plenty of nasty, dangerous holes. You don't have to die in this one in particular. You'll go in and die, and that means I'll have more corpses to burn. He pointedly turns away. Okay. The local inhabitants or the Liege of Footfall can provide more information. Okay. So maybe need to go to the Liege now? With Jay in the group, I'm sure that would be great. Or maybe I can go talk to Hieronymus. Let's see. I think he's at the dock. Let's go to the dock. The Skitarii aren't lobotomized and are the main foot soldiers for the Adeptus Mechanicus on their explorator fleets looking for STCs. What's STC? What the heck? Why did my map get wiped? That's weird. Standard template constructs. Okay. Blueprints for tech. Got it. Trying to remember where Hieronymus hangs out. I remember there was like a little ramp somewhere, and then he was upstairs at the top of it. Was he here? Am I in the wrong spot?
Curiosity sings in my veins.
It was in the atrium, not the dock. Okay. Then I misremembered. STCs don't just tell you how to build something, they tell you how to build the factory to build the something. Every little nut and bolt involved. Very advanced blueprints. Oh, nice. He even has a map marker. Okay. Alright, Hieronymus. The Emperor protects. Alright, he doesn't have anything about this. Alright, I guess let's go to the Liege. See if the Liege will let me in there. Till we meet again. Was a pleasure to raid and hang out. Love the vibe and want more. Fills out the heart button till we meet again. Thank you, Cormac. Appreciate you. Thank you for the raid and for the visit. Okay, so in the Liege's Palace now. Greetings, your lordship. I don't mean to hurry you, but I do hope our deal is still in place. The station continues to experience increasingly severe shortages of provisions. The liege stares at Hinrix slowly, very slowly. Vladame nods to him. Von Kalox? Hinrix responds with an equally reserved nod. Good day, liege. I'm accompanying the rogue trader. Please pay no mind to my presence. Your request is difficult to fathom, and even more so to honor, Master Von Kalox, but I'm glad to hear there aren't other reasons for this visit, unlike your 2 previous ones. Upon noticing Kibala, Vladame quickly assumes a bored expression. Carefully, without making any sudden movements, he wipes his glasses and, as if absent-mindedly, puts a hand under the table. Vladame notices Jay. Yo, I just brought all his worst enemies. Vladame notices Jay standing behind you, and you see his jaw tightening with tension. And what are you doing here? Vladame, you must have thought you were the only one on Footfall who knew how to make friends. Jay shrugs and smirks condescendingly. Told you I'd find a better deal. Ignoring Jay, Vladame pointedly addresses you. I'm sure your lordship had reason for getting mixed up with a small fry like her. Perhaps you were amused by her false promises of quick profit or some more intimate aspects of such relationships. Oh no, I'm not like that with her. In any case, that's none of my business. Just remember that here on Footfall, the true goods deal worthy of your attention can only come from me. Jay has joined my retinue to atone for her misdeeds before the Emperor. Glory to the exalted one who cares for us all. Dude, I thought she would be kind of insulted by that, but she was just like, yep, that's me. Jay makes the sign of the Aquila over her chest with an uncharacteristically serious expression. Vladame grimaces in vexation. In my experience, people like her tend to turn a new leaf only when the door of the airlock shuts behind them and not a moment sooner. Kibala gives him a thin smile. You are far more interesting than you seem at first glance, liege. Vladame responds with a vague smile of his own. Yes, I am the most amusing man on this station, my lady. What is happening in the shadow quarters? Why is there a quarantine? Oh, that. He grimaces. Who knows? It could be an actual epidemic, or perhaps the 2 families that started it all just came down with food poisoning at the same time. We're on a space station. The best solution here is to isolate the area and wait for the problem to resolve itself. Dogmatic is you're right, the deaths of the people in the quarantine zone are a necessary price to pay. But I want to go in there. There's more content in there. I wish to enter the quarantine zone. Out of the question. You'd be putting both yourself and the station at risk. Coercion. I believe I said I wish to enter the quarantine zone. You would dare defy the will of a rogue traitor? Coercion succeeded. He clenches his teeth and remains silent for a moment. Your impudence could spell the end for you and the entire station. But as you wish. I'll have my people clear a small passage for you. It will take time, mind you. He scoffs. The place has been mined properly. It will take days if not more, but you will get your way in. I did what you could not. I found and neutralized the Anver's agitator-in-chief. That is truly an outstanding accomplishment, your lordship. Footfall can rest easy now, at least until the next Mad Hoodlum makes himself known. 161 XP. A man who introduced himself as a servant of House Corda asked to have a word with me. And then, imagine the odds, someone blew his brains out. Vladame doesn't look surprised. The Anvers again, I presume. Those anarchical degenerates don't care whom they shoot, be it my servants, yours, or those in the employ of House Corda. I suspect that this agent wished to negotiate a deal that would have you refrain from hindering Incendia Corda's efforts to strangle us with the threat of hunger and demand our obedience. If so, I don't believe I will be mourning the man's passing for very long. I am beginning to resent how frequently the people I converse with on this station end up dead. That is indeed lamentable, but these are the times we live in, and this is Footfall. Its denizens don't always look for a reason to spill blood. Other matters. Goodbye. I hiccuped while talking. Excuse me. Alright. So now... We can head toward the quarantine.
Be no
Well, he said give me a few days. I don't know if it'll be available immediately, but we'll see. Alright, Shadow Quarters. The original STC constructs were like ChatGPT. You put in what you wanted and what materials are on the planet that you're on, and it will figure out how to build the thing that you want to have. This was obviously before the AI uprising and Old Night, but there are scattered specks of knowledge, and some of the STC AIs were on humanity's side and others against it. So they were basically in the most neutral camp from what little info there was. Okay. Alright, so now go back over here to the quarantine thing and see what they say. New teaser. What? Hang on. What the hell is that? Chat, what the hell is this? Alright. One thought is teeth, like a really weird clenched jaw. Another thought is like a rose. I'm thinking it's like a mouth. Shield? Yeah, it could be a shield. Short blades? I don't think it's short blades. Apparently the Chinese social media host has additional hints. Guild Ors to Chinese social media. I don't know what website it's on. Ranger spec with shield would be cool, yeah.
one step at a time amidst the madness.
It's you again. An order came down in regard to your esteemed self or to clear out a passage to let you through. So here we are, clearing and disarming the mines. I don't know why you're in such a rush to bite it, but it's none of my business. You just wait, we'll make a way in for you sooner or later. Okay, so it's gonna take a while. Alright. So I think now we visit some of the other planets in this system. Doc. I just checked how much Jay's stats scale. She could apparently get up to 70% armor from that passive, which is equivalent to endgame heavy armor. Nice.
What lies beyond?
New Elite Images out? Yeah, we were talking about it, trying to figure out what it is. Lord Captain, the inspection of the ship's systems is complete. The tech priests are reporting the machine spirits are calm and satisfied. Everything is ready for travel onward, except there is an issue you must be made aware of. Cassia makes a quick, nervous gesture, adjusting the adornment over her third eye. I've been studying the records left by the vessel's previous navigator. I wanted to double-check the route to Dargonis and discovered that it does not match the one recorded in the Atlas. It is more than a minor warp fluctuation. The route has been wiped out. It can no longer be used for traveling. To make matters worse, I started checking the paths from the Atlas one after another and saw the same thing everywhere. The warp is roiling with an ominous storm, bursting with vivid and screaming colors. It will not hinder our movement, but all previous knowledge is now utterly useless. Argenta angrily chops the air with the side of her palm. Warp storms are our enemies just like heretics and daemons. It is a shame they can't be dispersed with a flamer or bolter. Vigdis, now we can be certain that problems with the astropathic communication in the Cronus Expanse are no coincidence. There is a warp disturbance in your way, Lord Captain. It is swallowing messages and disrupting familiar routes. This means you need to locate the key worlds of the Von Valancius Protectorate as soon as possible. I am talking about Janus, Dargonis, and Kiavagama. Charting new routes so that they can be reached and restoring control will be necessary next step. Tell me about Janus. The surface of Janus was altered extensively so that the planet could be designated an agri-world. It is a powerful food base capable of supplying the burgeoning protectorate and exporting provisions to the outer worlds at the same time. Janus owes much of its prosperity to the governor House of Yat. Under its leadership, the world has grown more prosperous year after year, securing shipments and taxes while keeping the workforce tightly controlled. What is Kiava Gamma? Industrial world Kiava Gamma is being managed by the governor House of Gaprak and supplies your protectorate with rare mineral resources. Additionally, the planet features an Adeptus Mechanicus Manufactorum that processes materials and prepares them for shipment. I testify that Kiava Gamma is a world marked by the Omnisci's patronage. By his grace, the manufactorums of the colony are inhabited by committed and industrious machine spirits. Hinrix coughs quietly. Mistress Toloman neglected to mention that the Kiava Gamma Manufactorum also supplies heavy machinery from forage harvesters to vessel systems and components. Abelard turns his hard eyes on Hinrix. You display commendable knowledge of our world's manufacturing capability, Von Kalox. Pleased to be of service. What do I need to know about Dargonis? Dargonis is the heart and soul of your protectorate. It is where the main administrative resources and storage facilities are, and so is the Von Valancius Palace. If you'd like to know, this is where you'll publicly accept the title of Rogue Trader. Dargonis is a major administrative hub that runs the cargo fleet and keeps track of finances. Very well, my course is clear. Do my officers have any other issues that require immediate attention? That is all, Lord Captain. The vessel and crew await your instructions and are ready to depart Footfall immediately, should you so desire. Okay. Do I need to talk to anybody right now? Hang on. Let's see. Hide completed quest. Search for the heretics den in the shadow quarters. Cold trader recently joined as ready to convince. Oh, captain enlisted Jason Tree on the bridge. Alright, so talk to Jay on the bridge. Talk to Von Kalox on the bridge. Alright. Wizard hat. Oh, gonna make me dust off the wizard hat, huh? Alright. Let's see. Where is Jay and Von Kalox? There's Hinrix. Hinrix looks at you intently, his head tilted. You wanted to discuss the nature of your mission.
Yes, but not here. I wouldn't want our conversation to be gossip fodder on the bridge and in the officers' mess.
I've been kidnapped. Hinrix nods slightly. Thank you for finding an opportunity to talk. I trust now would be a good time to explain the reason for my return aboard your ship. I welcome the chance to assist the Inquisition with its inquiries, Von Kalox. Lord Captain, your enthusiasm is commendable. The interrogator smiles, but his eyes remain cold. To business, then. The cults of the Final Dawn. The madmen preach their heretical doctrine among the denizens of the Coronis Expanse and instigate crimes against the throne and humanity. One such crime took place in your protectorate. The Lord Inquisitor considered it necessary to have one of his acolytes accompany the rogue trader on the voyage into the corrupted region. I also need to meet with one of my observers on the capital world of your domain. Lore Imperium. Why would Ordo Xenos agents instigate a chaos cult? You are well versed in how the Inquisition is organized, Mukluk. Yes, initially our arrival in the Cronus Expanse was dictated by the need to fight Xenos, but there is more. The cult is tangentially related to my main specialization. Perhaps I will be able to reveal the full truth someday, but right now I ask you to display humility and patience. The Lord Inquisitor mentioned in his letter he is willing to show lenience toward my actions that would otherwise be interpreted as radical? Hinrix nods. That is correct. I should show greater tolerance for the mistakes of a newly appointed rogue trader. To be frank, I am surprised. The Lord Inquisitor is not the type to indulge the weakness of soul and mind, even in someone who has only recently accepted the burden of a lofty title. I have already agreed to give you a place aboard my ship. What else? The rogue trader should deliver me to the system that contains the industrial world of Kiava Gamma. I will then accompany you to the surface and determine what the cult is planning and how it intends to use the resources that have fallen into their clutches, which may very well include the blessed engines of the Adeptus Mechanicus and even the followers of the Omnissiah themselves. I will be frank. The answer to the question is likely to please either of us. The machinations of chaos usually go beyond solely inflicting countless deaths and destruction. Having their plans come to fruition would lead to far more terrible consequences. One of the systems in the Kronos Expanse is already lost. May the Emperor protect us from watching this tragedy play out again. We met a Chaos Space Marine on Rykat Minoris. Do we risk running into his brothers? I have no doubt it will happen sooner or later, Mukluk. Chaos Marines siding with the cult is very, very bad news. Most likely, they kept away until recently, pulling their puppet strings from a respectable distance. The traitors seldom show up alone. The best we can count on is having to deal with just a squad of Space Marines in the Kronos Expanse and not an entire company. Why did your suspicion fall on Kiava Gamma? Disjointed pieces of data that finally merged into a single picture. Additionally, not long ago, a vessel from that world arrived on Footfall. The reports from the crew were confused and alarming, making me fear a planet-wide rebellion. I won't let anyone throw their weight around on my worlds, be they servants of chaos, Xenos, or heretics. A commendable aspiration for a person who holds the fate of billions of people and dozens of Imperial worlds in his hands, which is why you need to be ever more vigilant when looking for seeds of corruption on your planets, lest they sprout someday and spell doom for whatever is tangled up in their roots. That is enough discussion about the arch-enemy's servants. Tell me about the Drukhari who stole Rykad's son. Hinrix winces, the Drukhari, one of the branches of the Eldari, an ancient and vicious Xenos race. Those creatures are a living terror to ordinary people who fall prey to their raids for the simple reason that the victims are not killed outright but instead become their playthings. Just as you and I need air to survive, Drukhari require psychic energy born from torment and pain, which they extract from their captives with uncanny expertise. Give me just a sec here. Okay. Alright, boop. Their ships, which are difficult to mistake for any other, arrive suddenly and undetected. Their stealth technologies greatly surpass the capabilities of standard Imperium augur arrays. The objective of their raids is never to capture a world or ship. No, they are only interested in fresh victims. After filling their holds with living captives, they disappear into the Webway, a different dimension which conceals their great stronghold, Kamarog, the dark city of the Drukhari from which none can hope to escape. Hinrix studies your expression. I do not know why the Drukhari stole Rykad's son and brought about the fulfillment of the cult's prophecies. Perhaps the Xenos themselves have played into the archenemy's designs, or perhaps Aurora's divinations, in fact, describe the Drukhari's actions. There is only one thing I can say with absolute certainty. There is no alliance between the cult of the Final Dawn and the Xenos. It is simply impossible. I must go about my business. Is there anything else I should know? Let me put it this way. You may think whatever you want of me, but my goal is not to hinder you. I am here to help you in the fight against foes that you may not even be aware of. You have my word that I will provide every assistance in uprooting the heresy that has sprouted on the Von Valancius worlds while their master was away, and that I will try to be more patient with the less grievous flaws the bearers of the warrant are sometimes known to have. He inclines his head. Thank you for sparing the time, Lord Captain. Okay. Alright, so now I need to talk to Jay. I don't know where she is. Oh, Servo Skull Icon. That's her pet. She's got to be by that.
Allow me to thank you again for helping me with the cargo, Sherin. I am sure the Ashmags who squirreled away my goods won't give up so easily, and I'll hear more about their scheming yet. Let's strike a deal, Sherin. I will watch your back if you do me a favor and watch mine. Well, enough jokes. Is there something you wanted?
Did you know Theodora von Valancius, my predecessor?
It is difficult not to be aware of the powers that be, especially ones like Lord Captain Theodora. But we never met personally, as the difference between our positions was far too great. Theodora was a mighty ruler, the center of her own universe, and I, a pathetic speck, was nothing next to her. But you were kind to me, Shireen, and in my eyes, that puts you above your esteemed aunt, or whoever she was to you.
Mahuyo says, I think this might be closer to a new Ellie Elite than the Orb because of the Chinese post. Mahuyo, do you have a link to the Chinese post? I don't know how to go about finding it. Was there some business you wish to discuss?
Oh, Shireen, I did manage to spark your interest. Allow me to invite you to a more private place. My words are meant for your ears alone.
Going right back to my office. Yep. The flickering light of dozens of candles play across Jay's face, making her small smile appear even more mysterious. Shireen, the Exalted One himself brought us together the day you crossed Vladame's threshold. He led us to the cargo and gave us his blessing for it in return. Do you know what people in my world say when such a thing happens? What's gained is to be shared with your neighbor. She points at the containers in front of her. One contains a polished Eldari rifle, a rare model, and the other holds an ornate sword. I am sharing what I've gained with you. Please accept these humble gifts in honor of our wildly successful, though suddenly struck friendship. Wanderer's Portent requires Eldari proficiency. Bloodseeker Clave requires Drukhari proficiency. I can't use any of these! Let's see. No, but I can get you some article about it. I never crossed the Great Wall. The Great Wall, okay. Let's see. I accept it with gratitude. I knew you would appreciate the Xenos mastery of their craft. Jay beams at you, curling a lock of black hair around an augmented finger. After a brief pause, she awkwardly continues. So, the matter I wanted to discuss with you is related to my business. You know that I sell Xeno artifacts to interested Imperial subjects and Imperial trinkets to Xenos. Business is going well, my network runs even without my participation, but when it comes to expansion, that's where I hit a wall. Rivals, envious of my success. Jay throws up her hands. Falco especially, I am certain the theft of the cargo was his doing, but I can never predict what that Ashmag will do next, and while the Imperium's authority may be fragmented in the Expanse, it could crack down on people of my profession at any moment. Go on. If the rogue trader put in a good word for me with the servants of the Adeptus Administratum, I could become an official trade representative of the Imperium. Just imagine it. A little scrap of paper will offer me and my agents protection against Ashmag schemes far better than any refractor field. And even the Inquisition will have to think twice before they mess with me because I'll be a representative of the law in my own right. And the best part of it all is that it will cost you precisely nothing, Shireen. All you have to do is stop by the Administratum Palace and obtain a certificate from the Master of Seals. My informants tells me that the palace is located on Dargonis, your capital world. You see how everything has aligned so wonderfully. And of course, I will repay you in kind. How do I benefit from you gaining official status? Besides being in receipt of my eternal gratitude, Shireen. She playfully raises a brow. Won't it be beneficial to have someone in your retinue with the weight of authority behind them rather than just another pawn? One slip of paper and I'll be able to extend my network to systems far beyond Footfall. My agents will be your eyes and ears throughout the Expanse. I shall take it into consideration. Perhaps your thoughts will move in the right direction with a little encouragement from me, Shireen. You must have some faction in mind that you would like to establish relations with. The Severe Drusians, the hot-headed pirates of the Kazbalika. You merely need to use the right words, like a key for a lock, and people will open their hearts to you or their wallets. I will arrange everything, you merely have to ask. I mean, the first one I want to level is the Navy, because they give you all the ship part upgrades. The Adeptus Mechanicus are the partners I need now. Not a problem. I will have my people put in a good word for you in the right circles. You've received 2,000 faction with the Explorators. If you change your mind about my proposal, you could always find me nearby on the bridge. Just say the word and I'll come, Shireen. End dialogue. Hey. No, thank you. Appreciate it, though.
You're welcome. Click these links.
Okay. Alright, so that's the 2 conversations that we needed to have on the ship. So now we can visit another location. Whatever it may be. Alright, let me tab out for just a second. Hold on. Chinese feed for Guild Wars 2 teasers. Latest one has not been uploaded yet. Visit website. Okay. Got it. Alright, so waiting on that one. Lord Captain, we are once more within reach of the Von Valancia's protectorate. Of utmost urgency is restoring communication with your planets and bestowing the wisdom of your decrees upon the stewards. Developing colonies, claiming new territories, and establishing trade links, all this is now your privilege and burden. You've received 3 mobile extractiums. Alright, so we're at Footfall. So... let's look at setting up some extractors down here. Okay, so there's nothing there. Lord Captain, the station's airlocks have been sealed from the inside. A Vox recording is stating that the priesthood of the Alter Templum Calixtus EXT-17 Sanctuary have no desire to communicate with the laity and are refusing access to guests on the basis of the Adeptus Mechanicus' privilege of inviolability, granting them sole jurisdiction over their sacred sites. Okay. A familiar voice cuts through the hissing of the Vox channel. Greetings, what can I do for you? Oh, that's right. This is like the Navy or whatever. Drusus's Blessing. Imperial Navy. Okay, so... alright, got all of that. Should run 4 points. Okay, there's nothing else I can sell here right now. Okay. Check this out. Wait, can I not travel around yet? Oh, chart new routes. Okay, I had to remember how to do it. Let's see. Sodto's Tome. Lord Captain, the ship's senior officers request an audience with you. They are humbly awaiting you on the bridge. But we just started driving! They should have gone before we left. Analyzing external hardware. Lord Captain, if I may request your attention a moment, I must report a series of highly dangerous violations that have taken place in the fuel compartment. The Master-at-Arms is ignoring my demands, and I am thus forced to appeal directly to you. Einrig Montag. Alright, so this guy is in charge of putting out fires, literally. The fuelers have found a sect of some kind. The group practices fire worship of the Emperor and has been burning promethium near fuel lines. I beg you to stop this madness before we all go up in flames. Jocasta, I should point out that there have been no incidents in the fuel compartment so far, and that the beliefs of this sect do not affect the obedience of the workers or their efficiency in any way. All assemblies are conducted strictly after hours within the permission of their superiors. However, if you find their practices unacceptable, we will put a stop to them immediately. Does the ecclesiarchy recognize this cult, or is it considered heretical? This matter is beyond my purview. Let Confessor Adalbert be the judge of such businesses. A plump, rosy-cheeked old man steps forward, his voice deep and sonorous. The Emperor protects your lordship. I can assure you that there is no heresy festering in the fuel compartment. The sect of the Fire Prophecies has been tested for purity and found to be in accordance with the Creed. Their leader, who calls himself the Oracle of Fire, is a devout and submissive to his servants. They do not twist the sacred teachings, and as for their chosen forms of worship, they are neither rare nor remarkable. Many such minor cults exist in the Imperium with the full approval of the ecclesiarchy. What? They are burning my promethium? The amount of residue accumulated in the drainage tanks was so laughably small that it was not even worth recording. If there were any real misappropriation of the ship's resources happening here, I would have already punished those involved, Lord Captain. The last sentence carries a faint note of regret. Regret? She's like, I wish I could have hit someone with the bonk stick. Windshark says, do you think it could be Ranger's shield? I think it could be, yeah, just looking at the picture. Does this Oracle of Fire really make prophecies? At least he and his flock believe that the Emperor reveals glimpses of the possible future to him in sacred flame. Occasionally his visions do come true, or so his followers convince themselves. We do not know whether the grace of the God Emperor truly lies upon him, or if he is merely a charlatan, or perhaps a blissful lunatic, or... Zachary Wise, a wicked rogue who possesses psychic power not tempered by his will. A croaking voice interrupts the confessor's words. Lord Captain, as choir master of the Astropathic Choir, I must be watchful of any threats to the ship's safety originating from the Immaterium. I have heard rumors about this oracle, and so I have sent my adepts to see him. They assert that the man is a psyker. This man who speaks to the warp is a danger to himself and the entire vessel. Both law and common sense dictate that he should be thrown into a holding cell, tranquilized, and handed over to the Inquisition to be sent to Holy Terra. Alternatively, you may also dispose of him in some other way. Choir Master Wise, you and I have not yet had the pleasure of conversing. I beg your forgiveness, but I seldom leave the chapel to interfere in the affairs of the ship. My duty requires I keep constant vigil as I direct the arrival and departure of messages across the boundaries of the void. But, given that this incident has already demanded my interference, I thought it a good opportunity to introduce myself and pay my respects to you. I know how to handle this cult. We stand ready to carry out any order. Throw him out an airlock. Oh my god. Alright. I think err on the side of caution. If my Infernus master says they are a danger to the ship, then I am convinced. Disperse the troublemakers. Yes, Lord Captain. By tomorrow, the cult will be forgotten, never to be mentioned again. Okay. Back to the map. Alright, visit Sodto's tome. Okay, so we're here. There's pirates there. I'm gonna tap quick save. Let's go toward the pirates. Oh shoot, how many of them are there? Ooh. At least 3. Dang, it's alive. Not looking good. Okay, that ship's trying to leave. Okay, 2 ships trying to leave. Torpedoes hit. Alright, my shields on the left-hand side are completely broken. I think we just let them go. Alright. 16 scrap, 2 ancient machinery. So I'm realizing I need to do that thing where I like assign officers to stations for the ship for this run. How do I do that? Void ship management. Okay. First time this playthrough, we've gone to this. Alright, let's see. That. Add to cargo. 13 speed, low exposure. Okay, that's an upgrade. Actually, kind of an upgrade. It's upgrading one stat, downgrading another. Auger Ray, that's an upgrade. So can run double lances. The torpedoes really helped me a minute ago. So I don't know if I want to run double lances. Could also run double torpedoes. I'll stop there for now. Okay, alright, so... let's see. Alright, so she's there, you get swing run, let's see. Master Cannoneer. She gives torpedo control. She gives expeditious reload. Reload all macro cannons that were fired during the acceleration phase. This one, he gives reinforced shields. He does shield pulse. Let's put him there for now. Supreme Commander, focused efforts. Allows the use of both abilities of one selected post for 1 turn. She gives swing run. Master of Maneuvers. He does new heading. She also does new heading. Warp Channeler. Shallow jump. He also has shallow jump. She has warp wave. This is the thing that like makes another ship like spin. Master of Etherics. Vulnerability scan. Flying next shot gives +2 range. Okay, do that for now. Alright, so now I've got some abilities to use. Alright. Alright, so Pirate's done. What's here? Scan the planet. Plasteel. Put an extractor. Imperium cartographers and chroniclers know this place well. Long ago, the planet was a prosperous outpost capable of eclipsing even Footfall. There used to be a Cyclopean tome station on its orbit, the final resting place of Cornelius Sodto, one of the discoverers of the Coronis Expanse. The tome gave its name to the entire system. However, about 400 years ago, an unknown cosmic body rammed into the station, causing it to collapse onto the planet. Not only did the catastrophe kill the settlers, it also made the world uninhabitable for centuries. The crater formed by the station's impact can still be observed from orbit. Sodto's tome became a sepulcher for the entire planet. This sort of place has neither life nor loot, but knowing this nasty tricks that life could pull is a treasure in its own right. Space dust. 3 fuel. Space dust. 3 fuel. Okay. Shallow jump and warp wave are both very useful. Yeah. Hey, Muk, the 5th image is out. Yes, Castle. We saw it. What do you think of it? What do you think it is? Okay. Let's see. Hold on. Chart new routes. Avioris. Warp travel. As I am now fated to be your shadow, Daman Mukluk, we must perform a ritual that will seal our bond, for it pleases the Undying One. Let us speak on the bridge, and I will take us to a place appropriate for the ritual. What? What is this ritual? Come and you will see. I do not wish to speak of the mysteries of the blood-spun web over Vox. The knowledge is not meant for the ears of the uninitiated. I will be there. Thank you, Daman. You know, the things I do to date the goth chicks. I wish to inform you that the sacred rituals addressed to the spirit of the ship have been performed. The text liturgy and the rite of the machine blessing ended with a data mediation in order to comprehend the nature of the miracle sent down by the Omnissiah. Acquisition of sacred knowledge has not been recorded. How the spirit of the void ship was able to call upon the power of the machine god and activate the warp drive remains an unknown. Yet, during my meditative ritual, the Omnissiah gave me an equally valuable revelation. The sacred spirit that lives in the bowels of the ship's mechanism differs from other analogous forms. The spirit holds a unique power that cannot be called anything less than a blessing of the machine god. So what does this mean? Hypothesis. In extremis, the ship's spirit is capable of making unpredictable calculations and actions. It is impossible to predict how it will behave in any given situation, but I believe the spirit is currently showing obedience, at least for now. I recommend we continue monitoring the ship and be prepared for new manifestations. Report received. Thank you, Pascal. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. The warp jump went surprisingly smoothly. None of the deck officers on duty reported any incidents. However, a strange discovery awaited the Lord Captain when he returned to his quarters. The bed was unmade, and the impression of a head was still visible on the pillow. There were no other signs of intrusion. The guard swore under oath that nobody had entered the Lord Captain's quarters. The Immaterium has released us from its grip this time. Hami says hard. Hello, Hami. Crimson says, did you take a look? Yes. What do you think it is? We were discussing that earlier. Visit. Oh, lots of stuff here. The 5th Revenant Elite spec. Adamantine. A small human dwelling stands on this barren, deserted planet. Scouts report that an old hermit lives there who spends his days in prayer to the Emperor. Ask the old hermit for a blessing. To the Lord Captain's surprise, the old hermit turned out to be a navigator, and when the old man discovered the noble status of his visitor, he willingly recounted his tale. He had retreated to this planet long ago, back when he was still in his youth, and he had realized that his mind would not withstand frequent forays into the Immaterium, the realm of the archenemy. The hermit spoke with pride about how he had worshipped the Emperor each and every moment of his life, but when he mentioned the golden light of the Astronomicon, his voice quivered. When his guests left, he stared at them for a long time, his gaze filled with sadness. Okay. Drifting void ship. Is this the one I was thinking of before that has like the big nasty robot at the end? It might be. Jay should not be in the front. She's melee. Put her up there. Can't reach that from here. Door. A formidable-looking door blocks the way into the next module. It is covered in scratches as if someone clawed at the cold metal for a very, very long time. The door does not respond to your touch and stands fast, refusing to open. The writing above the doorway reads, Main Computing Cathedral. The tech priest blesses himself with a protective symbol, his hand visibly shaking. Shield us, O machine god, from the evil that has taken hold of your temple. Save us, preserve us from the corruption, show us the way. The sacred metal that bars our path is weakened. Let us appeal to the machine spirit of one of the generators so that the metal may drink from its blessed energies. There should be one hidden somewhere in this module. What is the evil you mentioned? The tech priest says nothing for a while, then his vox comes to life, but the voice is hoarse, punctuated by static and interference. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. I am merely his servant. I cannot discern what is stricken the abode of the machine god. But I do sense a distortion of the structure, disfigurement of the molecular order. This ship is sick. Further conversing is unproductive. The will of the Omnissiah has brought us to these doors, thus our task is clear. Search for a way to proceed beyond so we can discover a means of clearing these halls. Tech use. Success. The door in the entire adjacent section of the bay have no power. There must be a backup generator somewhere nearby. Once you turn it on, you'll be able to proceed. Look around. The main thing that catches your eye about this place is the state of the wall panels by the door. They bear numerous scratches, 5 in a row, resembling claw marks. Some of the panels look like they could fall off any moment. Here and there, you see the occasional sparks and crackling of the damaged wires beyond them. Venture farther. I think that's because after the cicatrix maledictum formed, he may be unable to see the Astronomicon anymore. I don't know what that is, but I do understand the whole thing. Like, I thought he was saying he couldn't see it anymore because he couldn't go into the warp, because he knew he was weak to the warp. The dull sounds produced by the ventilation system create the illusion the ship is breathing like a living and terribly sick creature.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
This is bad, very bad. The Omnissiah's grace has forsaken this place and these brethren. This tech priest can barely stand. From his many wounds where pieces of flesh used to be, blood mixed with oil is seeping out.
I see what others do not.
Wait, what? What did she see just a second ago? Dark reddish blotches form the words, O Omnissiah, the honor is upon us all. Logic, open the damaged door.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Morning chat, morning new teaser. What's up, new gaming? Okay, hold on. We're gonna do this carefully.
Shadow. The Vizier.
There we go.
Would he be proud? Am I?
Let's see. Provocateur's helmet. -10 penalty to perception for all attacks made against the wearer and to all enemies in a 2-cell radius from the wearer. Save.
will see.
Oh, yes.
They all will see.
I think I need to get to the end of this place to turn off the lightning.
Scar to my collection.
Cut the power. Ooh, spooky.
A formidable accomplice for a formidable.
So he got 3 injuries from that.
Sharing?
And neither
Take my transient gratitude.
Let's see.
there is life in you yet. Use it wisely.
Oh, my appreciation.
Okay, use a couple med kits there. Goods. Yoink. I'm hoping for the cards to be Necromancer, because I want Gamblemancer. Gamblemancer? Honestly, that's a fun word. The behavior of the Transformers was caused by no common mechanical malfunction. It's possible the cause is supernatural origin. Lore warp 40%. Oh my god, I don't have anyone here with good lore warp.
A job for me.
There are noticeable signs of warp activity here. The bloody
Time
spectacle you
for a month
witnessed may have been a
more
simple
Sodto
illusion or
summoning.
vision of the past or future. Hi, Crimson, what's up? Put on the wizard hat. You didn't wait, what? You redeemed not potato, and then you did a quote about potato. Did you misclick? Let's see. Scraps of skin and broken nails and teeth are stuck in the ragged grooves of the bulkhead. Someone made frenzied attempts to scratch the blasphemous symbol into the metal, showing themselves no mercy.
Patience? My nerves are frayed.
Accursed flesh, you betray me. I am drowning in the mire of flesh and sinew, but my spirit longs for the perfection of the machine. Okay. Good talk. Tech comrade, you are in need of a ritual protocol of repair. We will mend you. We will mend you. Well, he's all better now. Shrike says, Muck, Guild Wars 2 related question. I'm finally going to get a new PC to replace my 7-year-old one. What should I be prioritizing to get the best performance in Guild Wars 2? I remember hearing GW2 doesn't really make good use of modern GPUs, and I should get a good processor. What do you think? I'm gonna defer. So Charmon seems to have some information. I'm not a hardware guru. What I can say is if you do exclamation PC, you can see my parts. But I have also heard that, yeah, if you got a multi-core processor, I don't know that the Guild Wars 2 uses all the cores, things like that. I've heard that. But, I would definitely have to defer to others.
Master Van Calix,
The shadows
you and I
reveal
need
their
to find
secrets.
some time to talk business. In private. I believe you have information that will be extremely helpful to me, and extremely valuable.
Mistress Udari, you will find a private conversation with me to be extremely unhelpful to you and your business. Save your charm and money
My
for
vision
another
showed
informant.
this path, and many others. Just as I was taught.
Alright, trap disarmed. There's a safe on the wall. Pascal. Grants the wearer 10 weapon skill, 5 strength. Does he have gloves? Yeah, well, he can just keep what he's got, I guess. The metal feels a little warm and somewhat moist to the touch, remarkably similar to living skin. Ooh.
One step at a time amidst the madness.
Warning, invalid system pressure parameters, expected value 10. 1, 5.
Strike me again and see what happens.
Pressure stabilizer. Alright, so that resets the puzzle. That's +1. That's +5. Okay, we're gonna need to split people up here.
Do you require an audience?
So he keeps having to go through... Oh, dang it, he got injured. Alright, so... Let's see.
Have a different perspective.
They fear to look at me because of my appearance.
The stars are my canvas. And anarchy, it's my brush. Pain soothes my soul.
What?
Does something trouble you, Lord Captain?
Expected value is 10. So that's 1. So that's +1. That's +4. Alright, so 4, 1.
This galaxy is my playground.
That's 3. That's 5.
You are in the presence of House Orseno.
1, 4.
To the ordinary, I am an enigma.
And he still gets blasted for that. It says expected value 10. I get it to 10. Alright, you know what? Let's just try to blow open the door.
An offering of blood.
There we go. We solved the puzzle with dynamite. Wonderful. Oh god, is that gonna injure everyone? Mock that room.
How intriguing.
I do what I must.
Disable the gas. Logic. Ah!
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
The Vizier. Would he be proud? Am I?
Okay.
This exploratory is blessed with multifunctionality.
Turn on the backup generator. More spooky visions! Keely, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Welcome. Okay.
That's what the web serves. You cannot trick death. It will claim.
Guess I'm still
one
alive.
day.
Alright, more medkits.
Your time has not yet come.
Your assistance is much appreciated.
I will mend.
Is this a horror game now? This area is, yeah.
Blood is my life.
I can see bright colors again.
Alright, fixed most of the injuries, but our main guy has some lasting ones until he gets back to the ship. Where's the other bird? There he is. Alright, I remember this. There's a fight here.
Another annoyance.
There's a couple up here, and there's a bunch of stuff down there. Alright, we'll try this, see what happens. Alright, so she goes first. Eagle takes off.
isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
And give Hinrix a turn. Alright, so if he casts a buff on his Raven, it's supposed to hit everyone like that. Yeah. Why can he not move right now? Okay, I get it. Looks like it's not gonna hit Muck, which is weird. Yo, regen on everyone on turn 1. That is wild. Okay, it did hit him. He did get it. Let's see. Throw the curse on that.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Deadeye shot. Oh my god. No!
Undying one extends his hand.
Oh, we're off to a rough start. Alright. Medicaid signal. At the start of their turn, each ally first artist gains 10 wounds and the chance to remove an injury. Okay, let's do that. Relocate. Take aim.
Don't get too cocky.
Give her another turn. Did anything else get the curse there? I don't know if they did.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Alright, Muck's turn, but it's not letting him move. Why is it not letting any of my people move? Did we get hit by something? Regen, backline, crippled arm, head trauma. Dude, what is happening? Okay, this is stupid. Alright, I can use charge to move. And that used up his entire turn. Oh, I think I know what happened. Okay, she gave Cassie another turn, but because of the swarm of servo skulls, it multiplied the effect and gave him an extra action point, but it wasn't actually his turn, which is what threw me off.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. Go on, beast. But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it. Everyone, step aside.
Oh wow, that is a bugged animation. So he just cast a psyker buff called Iron Arm on a bunch of these people, and it increases their toughness and their strength until the end of the fight. And on a normal person, it shows their arms grow metal, but the servo skulls are now just floating blobs of metal. And the dog looks jacked also. Alright, Pascal's turn. We do have, I haven't used this yet, Machine Spirit Banishment. Targets with reject the flesh will take 25 shock damage. So mechanical stuff, like this guy, will just take a big hit.
Check familiar. Activated. Request function successfully terminated.
Through the smoke and gunfire. What if? Schemes within schemes.
Dog just regens. Where did the dog go? Oh, he's up there now, okay. Alright, Cassia's turn. She can't get line of sight of that guy. Alright, I know, let's see, I remember there's also the speakers that are messing with us.
I'm afraid not.
No line of sight to that target.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Still no dice.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me, if you insist.
Okay.
Another loss to the retinue.
Oh my god! He shot the dog for 74. Oh, the bird is getting lots of hits in because that bait thing. Okay. How do we want to do this? God, she does so little damage. Give Pascal another turn.
Setting target parameters for tech familiar unit.
That didn't do a lot. Alright, more bait on him. Oh, and then he's out of AP. Okay. Alright, Hinrix's turn.
I won't object to it.
That costs 2 AP. Alright. Heal on Pascal. Her's turn.
Am I getting paid for this? You've got a problem. I've got a prize.
Okay, now it's his turn for real.
Let's see to it.
Alright, Emperor's Wrath. He doesn't have line of sight of anything.
Get me a target. But of course, Lord Captain.
12.
I won't object to it.
Shield of the Emperor. Alright, Pascal's turn. Can we have the bird attack the speaker? Oh, yeah, that's much better. Okay, alright, bird's way better at killing the speakers than the other folks we've tried so far.
My vow is to serve.
Alright, reactivate.
I'm powerless to act.
Wait, what?
I won't summon
Target is too
myself
far. Oh
to
no!
it.
He can't reactivate the dog because it's too far. Shoot. Alright.
Let's see. What if a genius?
Okay, Cassia's turn. And the curse is spreading, which is good.
Setting target parameters for tech familiar units.
Okay. Alright, back to Cassia.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Another foe painted black.
Alright, that one down. Zap zap.
Pain is my illusion.
Hit and dodge. Alright, her turn. How do we want to do this?
This battlefield air is
Let's move here. Relocate the skulls.
I can do that.
Give Cassie another turn.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered
Zap
around.
and zap.
Demands.
End turn. And then Hinrix gets another turn.
Naturally. I won't object to it.
Just buff up. And then Hinrix's normal turn.
For the throne's glory. But of course, Lord Captain.
Hold on, how hard is this? Heroic act. Every day, sorry rating. Increase damage suffer them until the end of combat.
I'll see our foes.
113.
Your reckoning is due.
Okay, that one's done. Alright, Pascal's turn. Really need to, if possible, get Pascal close enough to have the bird hit those speakers. Not possibly. Oh, he can do this though. Okay.
Tech familiar activated.
Flesh tuber, revive the doggo so you can pet him. He's not in range of the owner of it. I can't at the moment.
Let's see. Schemes within schemes.
I just noticed the bird healed health, but I don't have regen on it. While soaring, the Cyber Eagle cannot be targeted. It regains 10% max wounds at the start of each round. What? I didn't know it just healed while flying? Well done.
If I may.
Angry speaker and 4 people basically sniping at me is what's left.
A moving target lives longer. Commands are more pleasant to give than to follow.
Me.
Alright, that one's done.
If only that were possible.
He is out of movement. He can charge forward, though. Jay's done. Let's see, Hinrix gets a go. Let's move here. Can you reach that guy? No. Can you reach the speaker thingy? No.
I won't object to it.
Advancing.
Let's move him over here.
Setting target parameters for tech familiar.
Having the bird go for the speakers. That one's done. I just got a Steam achievement. What is this? Hang on a sec. On daring difficulty or above, you used obstruct vision to kill 3 enemies in one fight. 0.1% of players have done this. I'm amazing.
Tech familiar activated. Request approved.
Alright. Warrior's turn.
What if? A wicked thought. What? Ha! No!
Alright, taunted those guys. Okay.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
She can't reach anything. Did you know there's been another teaser? Yeah, I saw it. What do you think it is, Plague?
Don't get too cocky.
Naturally. I won't object to it.
Explorers know one route. Forward.
Bird. Thank you. Thank you.
Abide in the host of blessed creations of the Omnissiah. Setting target parameters for tech familiar units.
G beholds the wrath of madness. A wicked thought.
Why didn't the bird hit? Does he... Shouldn't you still have stacks of bait? Or did it wear off? I've been casting bait on tons of teammates. I wonder if there's, maybe you can only have bait on one person at a time or something?
That is foolishness. Be careful not to cross my gaze. Do not dare ask.
She has no line of sight with anything. Which is impressive since she has 3 eyes.
Living on the edge.
I need a foothold.
Request denied.
What? I thought that would get him. I really thought that would get him. Alright, so right now... Hang on. I'm gonna check something here. Okay, so he has bait on him. So let's... Of course, he doesn't have line of sight of anything. I can't do the experiment right now. Alright, we'll cast bait on that bird. Alright, do you still have bait on you? No. Alright, that's something... Okay, I didn't realize it was one target at a time. That's the issue.
Schemes within schemes.
Oh, Shield Bash isn't free. Where did I... Okay, at some point I got the mistaken impression that it was a free move. It's not.
A wicked thought. Ah, another one shattered.
Okay, where's the big man?
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. I'm trying to die with grace, at least.
Try to die with grace. That guy just hurt himself, I think. I'm gonna test something. Can she use reactivate on a pet that's not hers?
Surely. How about no?
Target is too far. Grants an ally an additional movement points equal to 10. But she can't do it on herself. Ah, you can have different party members reactivate a downed pet. It doesn't have to be the owner of the pet.
Even I won't do that.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Can I use her power on herself? No. No, we cannot.
Help me, Lord Captain.
I'm on my way!
I know what I'm doing. Usually.
The Emperor is on our side.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
He has no line of sight.
Let's see. A genius at work.
I'd like to, but I can't.
Her guns do so little damage, oh my god.
You've got a problem?
Shield Bash.
I've got a
predictable downfall.
Is that it? Alright, poor Kibula. Down at the beginning of the fight. Turn 1, she got rocked. Having Flute as your refrain partner is fantastic choice. Her panic cries of no, 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 pure gold to the chaos that is Monday nights. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. Marksman rifle. I wonder if Jay can use a two-handed rifle, because these pistols seem really crappy to me. At least at a glance. Straight shotgun. Rebel sniper rifle. Let's try it. Let's see how it does.
Patience. My nerves are frayed.
Let's see. Plasma pistol, carapace, frag grenade. Also, during that fight, lovely wife brought me some chicken nuggets. And french fries. Mmm. Okay. Let's see. Nuggets, yes. Muck, look at the new Bareth Revenant icon. Yeah, we did look at the icon earlier. I don't know what it is. It looks like a few different things, but we will, near the end of the stream, we will go to the Guild Wars 2 section and talk about it for an extended period of time. But if you have any ideas, I'll hear them. No. Familiar has more health. Whenever the Cyber Mastiff hits an apprehended enemy or an adjacent enemy to the protected ally, it gains +1 to key stats, lasts until the end of combat stacks. Huh. Protected ally. I wonder if you put protect on the tank, if it would keep putting stacks on the tank. Oh wait, no, I think it's the dog has +2 to its stats. Cohesion. Familiar gains 50% dodge against Overseer's attacks. Whenever the Familiar's ability is used on an ally, it can be the Overseer for 1 round. That ally gains +5 to stats. Considered to be the key stats of the Familiar. Familiar's keys characteristics increase by 5. At the start of the Overseer's turn, the Familiar gains 3 temp wounds. So, kind of some regen. If Protect is used on the Overseer, the dog's movement is doubled trying to reach them. If the Overseer and the Familiar are adjacent to each other, both of them reroll failed dodge attempts once per attack. There's a lot of cool stuff in here. Dog just doesn't seem to be as good as the Eagle. Well, the Eagle, when it's not its turn, goes up into orbit, basically. It just flies super high in the sky, and most things can't hit it. Dog can take hits, which is both good and bad, depending on if you want it to distract the enemy. Get perimeter defense. Redeployment. Critical zone. Let's see. Improvised strategy. At the start of combat, the Grand Strategist gains 1 random unknown stratagem and can use it until the end of combat for 0 AP. That could be fun. But I don't think it's as good as their Navigator powers. And 1 in the warp. Perilous ways. Just check something. Okay. Let's see. Until the end of combat, enemies damaged by the Navigator suffer an additional 6 damage from all AOs and cannot dodge AOs. When under the effects of any Navigator power, enemies have their armor reduced by 18. This reduction is increased by... Oh, she's using that one Navigator power that's like a curse that goes all over the place and bounces to everyone, so this could be really easy to keep as debuff on everything. Let's do that. Overseer. Eagle's Vigilance. Overseer's abilities deal 30% less damage to the Eagle. Brother in Arms. Each ally within a 3-cell radius around the Familiar has resolve increased. Whenever the Cyber Eagle successfully attacks the obstructed enemy, that enemy suffers 8 levels of bleeding. Okay. When the Cyber Eagle suffers lethal damage for the first time in a combat, it will stay in combat and immediately soar into the sky, regaining 33% health. Yo, it gets a second life. That's pretty good. I'm gonna get that. Alright. Good evening, hello! Let's see here. Cabela. All-encompassing agony. If an enemy suffers from any damage over time effects, increase of Herons or Navigator and Toxin at the same time. All these do 30% more. Max number of wounds for the Executioner depend on Medicaid and save toughness. At the start of each round, all enemies suffering from damage over time the incoming damage over time. 20% stacks. At the start of each round, all enemies suffering from dot damage inflicted by the Executioner have incoming damage over time from any source increased by 20% stacks. Oh my god, so that's like a boss killer. Alright, take that. Overseer. This is the one with the servo skulls. Once per combat, the Servo Skull Swarm can save an ally. If that ally suffers lethal damage in a 4-cell radius around the swarm, that ally regains percentage of max wounds and remains in combat. Then the Servo Skull Swarm suffers shock damage. You know, that would have prevented me losing Kibula on turn 1 of the previous fight. I'm going to take that. Let's see. Armored Hide. Bound by Warp. Brother in Arms. Cascading Echoes. The effects of psychic powers relayed through the Cyber Raven is calculated as if the Psi rating were increased by 1. If the Overseer is within 4 tiles of the Cyber Raven, whenever the Overseer triggers Perils of the Warp, it affects a random enemy inside of the area instead of the Overseer. Don't really have that issue with anyone except Adira. What's we got? Adrenaline Rush. Hello!
Hi there.
Hi, America. Thank you. Appreciate the support. Welcome. We are just doing a level up right now. Let's see, Warp Buffer, Suppressive Factor, Side by Side. Familiar gets regen. However, the Raven didn't take a single hit in the last fight. I don't know that they targeted that much. Castigating Echoes would increase the level of any buffs he does through it. I guess that's fine. Alright, quick save. Did we get all the loot from that fight? Looks like we did.
There will be no peace in my wake.
What torments you?
Just
Whoa.
as I was told.
Little lag spike there. You guys gonna attack me? I think you are.
The stars are my camp. What an
There we go.
attempt at defiance.
Alright. This room is fun. I remember it. In my last playthrough, I backed up into this hole and then I just shot them as they came around the corner. But I'm a big kid now. I'm just gonna unga bunga. We'll see what happens. Hopefully they don't grenade me.
If I may.
Dude, what are you doing? Rotate. There we go.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not
I give Hinrix another turn. And then do regen
I won't object.
on the Raven. Which everyone has regen now. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Alright, curse on him. So it starts spreading, I hope.
I will leave footprints of scarlet. Trust.
Dang.
I shall not fail. Killing
Alright.
brings me no pleasure.
I don't know why the speaker was bleeding, but okay. Frog grenade.
I'm still standing.
Medicaid signal?
Two are better than one. A moving target lives longer. Don't get too cocky.
Wow, that did no damage at all.
I can do that with the right incentive.
Naturally. For the thrones.
Iron Arm.
Let's see.
Shield of the Emperor. Oh my god. So I did an AoE heal and it knocked everybody down. Dang it, Hinrix. Alright.
A wicked thought.
Protect on self.
The storm approaches.
Taunt.
Schemes within schemes. What if...
Give Kibble an extra turn.
Not a servitor.
Oh my god, it did like 0 damage. She's like, parry, parry, parry.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me. If you insist, Lord Captain.
Where it hurts. Yikes, I think it's really sturdy. Alright, so Jay lost a turn because she was getting up off the ground. Dog got a bite on someone.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Pascal, is this your first turn?
Happy is the tread of his faithful.
Alright, Machine Spirit Banishment.
Abide in the host of blessed creations of the Messiah. Running binaric override.
Alright. That's all he's got for this turn. Alright, Muck's turn. Let me read the Protect again. Applies Protect them. Makes a melee area attack against adjacent enemies. The protected effect lasts until Cybermaster. Let's see. Whenever an enemy hits this character, the Cybermaster makes a free melee attack against the attacker. If possible, doing 50% less damage. To make the attack, it can move to any cell adjacent to this character, spending 0 MP. Okay.
Shattered foes in my wake. A wicked thought.
Let's say you go kill that speaker. He's apprehending the speaker, chat.
A wicked thought.
Backhand that guy.
Let's see.
Alright, just saw the dog regen. How do I want to do this? Give Kibble another turn. Kibble is not doing good versus these servitors.
You don't frighten me. Another foe painted black.
Alright, that's done.
Death comes in
Let's move here. And let's use Death Waltz.
Dying Emperor whispers his will. Let your soul be purged. My blade whispers your name.
Not the best plays. Let's see. Return to the cell where they started their turn. Dink, 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 dink.
The shadows will see it done.
Alright. Jay's turn.
Don't get too cocky.
I'm gonna tell Pascal to move, because I want him to be able to kill that speaker.
This battlefield air is good for my lungs.
Alright. And then have the bird attack the speaker. Alright, that one's dead. No more of that. Put bait on the dog for now. More resolve.
Your turn. For the throne's glory.
Heal through the Raven, so it's AoE.
I won't object to it.
Mark parries. Throw the bird on the sniper. Really glad we brought Pascal to this. His machine spirit banishment against like cyborg type people. Big nuke. Is tank build actually good now? Hey Tommy, I mean, I don't know about like min-maxing, but I played the game at launch, and I'm playing it now a second time after they have added all the DLCs, and I made an Arbides, because the new DLC introduced that, and I wanted to try it. So I made an Arbides warrior, and he's just in here holding the attention of a lot of stuff. I'm playing on Daring right now. I played on hard difficulty last time, and just everything was really spongy, so I turned it down to Daring, but, you know, so the one difficulty above normal. Taunt everything. And dog is still attacking the speaker. And let's see. Sworn enemy on the Mad Magos, and aim the shield at those guys. Congrats on 2600, that's awesome. Thank you, Bob.
Emperor, give me strength. I isn't try to die with grace at least.
Alright, those two are done. Okay, that thing's gone.
Trust me.
This servitor. Did she just ding ding ding? Seems like her weakness is hitting stuff that's not biological. Fippy, thank you for the prime, Fippy. Appreciate that. Let's see, Mihuyo says we probably won't see weapons this go-round with elite specs. I don't know about Ranger. You're right, but now we've met the Coden. I'm wondering if we could learn a new Ranger spec from them. I freely admit I'm spitballing and probably in the wrong tangent completely. I mean, I think if we've learned anything, it's that if they just want to make up a reason for why we should be able to get, you know, XYZ, they'll do it.
My, it's time for them to run, my sweet. You jest, surely. How about no?
Why can I not give him an extra turn? Alright, fine, kibble it. To me, it looks like a clawed hand holding something. Yeah, it looks like it could pass for a hand that's like this holding an object. But I'm not sure.
You've got a problem, I've got a prize.
Alright, what is the dog doing? Dog is supposed to be apprehending. Yeah, it says apprehended. Okay, I misunderstood how this worked. This is different from the Dark Tide Arbites. So the dog is not going to keep attacking it. The dog only attacks it if the owner attacks it. Otherwise, he's just holding it still, which means unless I give it another order, he's never going to kill that thing.
Let's see to it.
That didn't work.
Activate calculated fury algorithm. Setting target parameters for familiar unit.
Alright. One more angry speaker remaining. Alright, put it on standby so it attacks whatever. And taunt everything possible.
Pain is but an illusion.
I love all, dude, the bird is getting so many hits in. Oh my gosh. Love it. Okay, it does have the curse. That's good.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. If I may. Me?
Alright, that's done.
I am a navigator, not a servant.
Caught by the web. As the tenor.
She finally got a kill! Oh! Oh! Bird it! Bird it! More bait on the tank.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Tell me, and it is done.
Finest hour.
They'll write legends about me.
Isn't this a job for the Sir, as duty demands? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
But of course, be gone.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Alright.
The order is contrary to
He can't reach it.
protocols.
What can you reach? That guy.
Setting target parameters protect familiar units. Reveal desire.
Machine Spirit Banishment. said, muck your firmware update.
Let's see.
Can't reach it with a taunt.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. Another foe painted black.
That one's gone. Oh. Oh, if the last thing alive is the speaker, it just says you win. The speaker does debuffs, but it doesn't do damage. That wasn't too bad, considering we didn't pull them back into the hallway. Stub carbine. Hi. Hey, Void. Alright, do we get a loot? I think I got a loot.
Intriguing.
Just as he ordained.
I didn't stop myself in time.
I do what I must. Though I gave thee
Medkit.
my blood and my pain, thou hast ordained that I shall live.
Oh no, am I out of medkit? There's no way I'm out of medkits. Alright, there they are. I was in the wrong screen.
Do you think my body was suffering? There is life in you yet. Use it wisely.
Oh, take my transient gratitude.
Yeah, Plague. Yeah, roger that. Give me a couple.
Look, over there.
What
The
lies
shadows reveal
beyond
their
the
secrets. The Vizier. Would he be proud? Am I?
Okay. Pretty sure we open this and there's a big ol' ooga booga. So, we are going to save it here, chat, because the boss fight's going to take a lot longer than the amount of time we've got remaining. And go over the new Guild Wars 2 news, and then we'll be back on Rogue Trader next time. Alright. So, let's make a few adjustments, chat. Alright. For those of you who just came here for Rogue Trader stuff, welcome to the stream. We do a lot of different games on this channel. We played over 100 different last year. I'm most known for news updates and patch notes and guides and stuff for Guild Wars 2, which just released a new thing, so we need to cover that before I run out of time today. So, let's look at this. This is supposed to be a teaser for a new class specialization, like a talent tree, for those not familiar with Guild Wars 2. So the question is, what the hell is that? And that's what we need to figure out. Hang on a sec. Let me move this from that monitor. Let me open up scribble paper. All right. So, thoughts. Clawed hand holding object. So, hand like this holding something. Flower, question mark? Second thought, teeth on a armored looking jaw is another one. Shield with spiky bits, question mark? It's a punch, it's an armored fist coming at your face. I'm not seeing that. I'm telling you it's Baroth from Monster Hunter. Alright. So, let's see. Let's refresh this and look at the comment section, see if they say anything good. Mistward armor. Ranger. Shape-shifting ranger. Downloading again today. Yeah, it could be like a face thing, you know? Like if this bit here is like the jaw, you know, it's like some kind of weird armor. It's like, you know, one bit's the jaw and the other bit's like this, you know? Could be like a faceplate mask. Let's see, faceplate of a mask, question mark? Let's see. Ta-da. He just added eyes. That's the ally. Let's see. Demonic. Rev. But Rev does have one demon already. Another demon-based legend. Warrior helmet. A shield. Bladed pineapple. Ranger's shield. Hat. Cactus. Girl, what is this? Got nothing. Cool icon. Screams Revenant. Surely Raven. Maw teeth. Revenant claws. Ranger Warden with shield. Necromancer Ritual Occultist. No clue. Vegetable. A vegetable. Kind of looks like a flower. Yeah, I kind of saw that too. Okay. Alright, so let's put that back up here. Let's go to the subreddit. I'm waiting to see something that's just like so good. Like someone going, oh my god, this perfectly matches this one obscure item in the game with a screenshot that matches perfectly, you know? Main hand shield warrior, double shield warrior. Injected into my veins. Blades fire, mouth of Sauron. It has 9 total pieces, so it's a Nazgul Revenant spec. You channel Sauron, but he doesn't let you switch out and he takes control of your character. A claw holding 4 objects. Shield necro, kind of looks like a flower. The end of a 4-pronged spear. Hold on, let me show you this Reddit post. Someone goes, I wonder if it could be the end of a 4-pronged spear. And they show a picture that clearly has 5 prongs. And someone replied, 1, 2, 3, 4, also 4. 1, 2, 3, 4-ish fourth. First thing came to mind is Ranger. Icon looks like a shield. Big Warden vibes. Bug Warden, Protector of the Hive. Not shield teeth. Warden, yes. Offensive shield is Ranger. New Ranger pets. Tame monstrosities. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Maybe it's the tame. Maybe it's like the face of a new Ranger monster. We don't know yet. Let's see. Ranger. Ranger shield. Face of an armored new animal we haven't seen yet. Question mark? Bionicle mask. This feels sharp like many Revenant icons. I know many keep saying Revenant with every icon revealed. This is my personal first time getting a Revenant vibe. Hang on a sec. Let's see. Guild Ors to Specialization icons. Let me see what I can pull up here. Just pulling this over here. Alright, hang on. So we got this thing here, right? Honestly, it has some similarities to the Catalyst icon in my eyes. Similarities to Soul Beast icon too, I think. Alright, what else did they say? Revmain. Let's see. I think they could do it. Oh, I need to change my stream title. Hold on, I saw drops in the title from when we were playing Rogue Trader. Let's see. Looking at new teaser. Exclamation point. Alright, there. That's fine. Let's see. Looks like a helmet to me. Dragon theme came to mind with the lower spikes being a mouth guard shaped like teeth. 6 Elder Dragons all dead. Utility skills. Maybe Suwon themed extra button. Like Herald, Vindy, etc. Really easy to headcanon your way to anything with these reveals. It's engineer. It's a radiator grill. Looks Gandhi. Very similar to this Renegade helmet. I thoroughly disagree. I'm not seeing it there. Shield, teeth, bonfire, claw, and shield. That's what I'm seeing. Clearly the wall, it's a double shield spec. 4 upper blades, 4 elements. That's what I'm seeing. Reminds me of Renegade's Cask. I see an armored fist. Hi Muck video shout out. Guy freaking in the Reddit section. Hi Muck. All right, what is this thing? If you turn the Rev Helm upside down, you 4 spikes on top and 5 on bottom. Instant confirmation, I'd say. Let's see. If you turn the Rev Helm upside down, hold on. Open image in new tab. Oh gosh. All right, maybe I should go back to the previous picture that we had open. Hold on. No, that one. If you turn it upside down. I'm really not seeing it. I'm really not seeing the resemblance between that and that. Other than they both have an underbite. Also, Renegade is a separate class. I don't think Renegade's gonna have anything to do with this. Revenant maybe, but Renegade, I don't think so. Let's see. Necro's Soul Eater gives me Realm of Torment vibes. Necro's Soul Eater. Looks more like a poisonous flower. Yeah, flower was one of the first things that I wrote down too. Flower Ranger. I love the guessing. Flower Ranger. Someone said it looks like an armored fist. Alright, how do you see an armored fist in that? Like, how... Is it like... The fist is like this, but also there's like a claw thing on the bottom? Like, what? Or is it like the other way, and then there's like a claw like this? I'm guessing you're seeing the second thing I mentioned. But I feel like that's a stretch. Looks like Kralkatorik's face. Hold on. Goers to Kralkatorik. Alright. Kralkatorik's face. No. No. See the minor similarities to Ranger's other specs as claws wrapped around it? Well, here's Ranger class icons. Soul Beast has claws. Untamed. I've never understood what the hell this is. Druid is just like sun and moon. And Ranger is a paw print. Could be Ranger. I mean, absolutely could be. But it's not like there's been claws on every Ranger icon. Is it claws wrapped over a spear tip? I always thought it was a helmet because there's eye holes on it. This thing is the Rorschach test of class icons? Yeah. What do you see? My parents fighting. Oh, God. Let's see. Flower Ranger. If it weren't for the fact that I thought the second one with the helmet was Warrior, then I would think this is Warrior. They're usually symmetrical and pointy. Revenant seems like a solid guess, but could be anything. Usually symmetrical and pointy. He's right. The Warrior icons have always been symmetrical. Doesn't mean they're going to stick to that. Huh. Warrior icons are the only ones that have always been symmetrical. Catalyst is symmetrical, but like Weaver's not. Guardian's also? No, Dragon Hunter. Guardian's almost symmetrical, but Dragon Hunter has a thing that's different. What was that? Oh, something else. All right. Maybe Demon Teeth or a Lotus. Baroth from Monster Hunter. All right. That's not the first person to say that. What is that thing? Baroth Monster Hunter. Images. I mean, kind of. All right, this is what we get. Where's a good picture from the front? I'll say open image in new tab. So this guy. So very clearly, Rangers are getting to tame these. Rangers are getting to tame Baroths, or Revenants are channeling Baroths, and they're just going to run into things and just headbutt them. There we go. Monster Hunter Baroth. Which might... Okay, you know what that makes me think of? Okay. Anyone who's played World of Warcraft will know about this, but for those who haven't. In World of Warcraft, the Hunter is the closest thing to our game's Ranger. But it's a bit different. It's a bit shallower. But the Hunter, you know, can tame different animals and has an animal companion. But there is... The last time I played, there was a specialization that was basically like being a Beastmaster. And while you were that spec, there were additional types of animals you could tame that you couldn't tame while you were the other specializations. Like a T-Rex, a Hydra, you know, just really exotic creatures. I'm wondering if maybe, and I'm really just guessing right now, maybe this could be a type of ranger that could tame these new exotic things, but you can't use those pets if you're playing something else. But that is major just throwing ideas in the air. Do you look at the background of image with the new icons? It looks like a tropical island with a ship on a beach. Yeah. Yeah, we did. The background image has been the same on all of them, but yeah. There's like a beach and a dude standing here, and there's a ship, and there's a bunch of people. That one looks like a char because the silhouette. Yeah. Probably will make more sense once we get to the new area. It's actually Roy. We're playing as Roy. It's none of those. It's the teeth on a barbecue grill. What? Dual wield shield spec Thorns Warrior. Seems Ranger pet centric. Yeah. Oh my god. You know what? Hold on. There was a guy... Give me a second. There's a character that I can't remember the name of, but I remember the show he was in. So hang on. I'm looking the show up right now. Mahito? Alright, hold on. Mahito transformation. Alright. I'm gonna weeb out for a second. And you don't have to know the show, but this reminds me of a character just purely by the design, alright? Okay, So we were talking about this being a faceplate and a jaw. This character has, of this show, reminds me, or I'm reminded of this, purely in appearance. So for those who didn't see a faceplate, this is similar to what I'm seeing when I look at this. Is this right here. Just posting for sake of example. I know it doesn't seem very practical. There's no eye holes, but you know. Jujutsu Kaisen? Yeah. Alright. So. Here's my scribbles so far. Clawed hand holding an object, a flower maybe, or teeth on an armored looking jaw, faceplate of a mask, a shield with spiky bits, demonic, revenant, ranger, ranger shield, race of an armored new animal we haven't seen yet, monster hunter Baroth. Special taming options. Revenant don't need eye holes. Hey, true. Rev can be any icon, yep. Yes, Revenant's 5th new class confirmed. Demonic Necro. Why Demonic Necro? This thing? I don't really think this looks like it. Let's see. Damn Rev spec number 4. I vote Dreadnought. Let's see. Hi Mug video shout out. And just because this guy was called me out, I guess I'll mention him. Alright. I finally finished my lunch. Let me put this over here. Alright, look at the VIP lounge Bard spec confirmed. Are you just making stuff up? Hang on. What? Is this a recolor? I see the picture, but that's just like a recolor of the image we got the other day. Monkey look like Jim Carrey a little bit. Yeah, I've been hearing that since I was like 15. One time someone told me I look like Tom Cruise. That was a first and an only time. The inverted colors. No, it's this right here. But yeah, you can see the background clearer and this is brighter. Okay. So, let's see. It's a recolor. Someone's posting edits, adding confusion. Gotcha. Let me check the Chinese thing. No, the Chinese thing isn't posted yet. Oh no, how do I get it to do the English again? No. English. So for example, on the Chinese Twitter, which is called Bilibili, Guild Wars 2, when they posted the card, they posted thousands of tricks and hidden tricks. Okay, this is probably a bad translation. Thousands of tricks and hidden tricks fighting into the trap 10 days later. And then there's a picture of a turd. So I don't know what that one is. So there's that. What are the others? Hang on a second. I'm opening up each of the other ones. Oh my god. Translate it! It won't translate it. Their turn must be Elementalist. Yeah, open Guild Wars 2 map, scroll to the right, you'll see a continent we never visited. I'll get there in a sec. Hang on. Let's see. Launching Guild Wars 2. One sec. Typing in my password. Launching the game. I can't get this website to stay in English for me. Alright, opening it up. I'm just hoping the maps are good because I've lost hope in the story being good. Yeah, I have loved the features of the last few expansions. But the story, absolutely, I would agree that it's been the weakest point. Do you need secrets of Obscure and Jane Wilds? Do you need them? No, but if you like the game, it's more game. Okay. What is it you're trying to get me to look at? That Desolana? What? You said all the way to the east. Is it far west? Oh, who said east? Unending ocean. Eh? Eh? Where? This lump? You missed it? What? What? Where? Are you guys just trolling me? Where's the thing you want me to look at? It's a plugin for mission regions here, yeah. No, it's right there. Okay. I feel like y'all are trolling. I feel like you're trolling. Alright, well, it's clearly not that noticeable. Alright, close out of that. Alright, I think we got enough to fill a little bit of time here. Let's share our thoughts so far. Alright, I'm going into YouTube mode. Congrats on 2600. Oh, thank you, Vagabond. My guess is the lump. The lovely lump. Alright. Hello, Guild Wars 2 gamers. Mukluk here, and today is Monday, July 7th. We got a little bit of Guild Wars 2 news. Oh my god, you too can sign up for my Patreon and blast me with noises. Ignore that. So, we have got the latest in teaser images for what everyone is assuming is upcoming class specializations being added to the game. And I do stress the word assuming. This is all just fun theory crafting. They are releasing these teasers, and all we know are these images, and everything else is community guesswork. So it's always important to remember that. So, this is the new one. They posted this picture. It says 8 days, and excuse me, and we've got this image. So the big question now is, what the heck is that? So, I've written down my own ideas. I've written down some ideas that I thought were decent from people in chat, and I have skimmed the subreddit and written down some ideas that they had. Also, to Vega Vic, who said, hi Muck. Hi Vega, how are you? So let's go back to this thing. What are the ideas we've got? First idea that I've written down is that this could be a clawed hand holding something. So this right here, if you don't see it, the bottom part, imagine it a hand like this, okay? And then there's some kind of object in the hand. So a clawed hand holding an object. And if it is a clawed hand holding an object, it almost looks like the top of a flower. This piece right here, it almost looks like the top of a flower. I don't know what that would mean. We've already got Druid, which is very, nature. Maybe, like, if it is nature, it makes me think Ranger, right? But if it could be a different form of nature magic, if it's something like that. But, again, just throwing ideas at the wall right now. Second thing is teeth on an armored-looking jaw. Now, this is, I'm going to weeb out here for a second here. I've got an image of a guy who's an anime character. It doesn't even matter what he's from. I'm just pulling this up to show this faceplate thing, okay? It could be something similar to this. Maybe this right here is a jaw, and this right here is just a flat face with no eye holes. Similar to this, okay? I was reminded of him, so I pulled up an image of that just to show you what I'm thinking. If it is a face and a jaw, that also brings up the, sorry, I'm trying to express a sneeze, Baroth from Monster Hunter, which is this thing. It's got eyes on the sides, but big flat face on the front, big jaw. So clearly, Rangers are going to get Baroth pets going forward. Probably not. But my point is, this could be a face and a jaw of a monster or creature we've never seen before that is coming soon that will be heavily integrated into one of the pets. Maybe someone shapeshifts into this armored form. Maybe it is the faceplate that goes with a set of armor that goes with a new specialization. Maybe it's an animal that Rangers can tame. But I'm looking at this, and one possibility I'm seeing is like jaw thing and then face mask. So that's a thought. Another thing was shield with spiky bits. This whole object could just be a big shield. Just a big shield with decoration, right? Which means maybe the big thing is someone is getting shield that didn't have it before. if someone is getting shield that didn't have it before, whose shield would look like that? With like teeth and spiky things and stuff on it. And not because I'm a Ranger main, but my first thought is Ranger. My second thought is Revenant, but Revenant already has a shield. So if it is a shield, I look at this and I think maybe Ranger, because it's got like teeth or claws on it, and they're getting like a giant shield that just has some decoration on it. Main hand warrior shield. Yes, dual wield warrior shields confirmed. Exactly. You're be like the thing in Dark Souls where you have the 2 doors. So that's another idea that I wrote down. But it could just be a shield, and someone who doesn't have shield could be getting shield. Necro. I mean, maybe. Could be some kind of weird undead minion. I don't know. I didn't have that written down, but maybe that's a possibility. Maybe this is the face of some, beastly undead creature that Necro can summon. Maybe they're finally getting actual minion mancy. Next thing is I did write down this looks kind of demonic. However, the only class that has anything to do with demons is Revenant, and they do already have a demon legend. There's no limit. They could be getting another different demon legend. Maybe this is Revenant's 5th new specialization. I don't know. Maybe they're making a deal with another demon. That's also possible. Another thing I wrote down, and this was kind of on the idea of this being an animal face that we've never seen before. So Rangers consistently in each expansion, they'll get another pet or 2 as their options. Like in Janthier, we had the Bumblebee. You'll get another thing that you could possibly tame and use in your builds. I'm reminded of back when I played WoW, which was a long time ago. I don't know if this is still current information or if this is outdated. However, in WoW, if you play a hunter, which is the pew-pew archer guy that has an animal companion in that game, they can tame different animals. But they had one of their specializations was a thing that was like beast mastery. And if you were that, you could tame additional, much more exotic animals that normal hunters could not tame. For example, a Hydra, with multiple heads, or a friggin' T-Rex, stuff like that. And you could tame one of these more powerful exotic animals, but then if you swapped your build, you would lose it and you went back to the smaller animals, the more regular sized ones. Maybe it's something like that. Maybe this is some just monstrosity of a beast that we're gonna see in the new expansion, and maybe there's a new Ranger build that has like exotic taming, something like that. Again, just a random idea I had as I looked at this image. It's Majora's Mask. I don't know if it's Majora's Mask. But we have got another thing that Vega Vic said was reminds me of a Soul Eater. And he posted this image. And I see the claw things on the top. I don't know that really reminds me of this, but just mentioning it because it was another idea that someone threw out there. Open it in multiple tabs. Another thing that was mentioned was this Renegade helmet. Now, remember, the idea here is that we're thinking this is going to be a new specialization. Renegade is already an elite spec. I don't think it's going to have any relation to Renegade. Also, I think it's kind of a stretch saying that it looks like this helmet. There's some similarities, but I think that's it. I don't honestly think it's related to this, but showing you a thought that somebody else had. Someone else also pointed out a few interesting things, in that every single warrior icon so far has been symmetrical. You could just cut it right down the middle. And many of the other classes are not so much. Like, Guardian's almost symmetrical. Dragon Hunter has a little bit of coloring on one side, but many of the classes are not. This is symmetrical, but, each of the classes has something that's near symmetrical. Like, Untamed is symmetrical, but the others are not for Ranger. Catalyst is symmetrical, but the others are not for Ellie. Things like that. So it was pointed out that this is a symmetrical icon. Another thing is like the sharp edges and the like little teethy bits or claw bits there at the bottom. 3 of the 4 Ranger icons have claws on them. The Ranger icon, the Soul Beast icon, and the Untamed one, a lot of people think it's like some helmet or spearhead with like claws like grabbing over the top of it. I don't know if that's true. I've never really fully grasped this icon, but it's possible. It's possible. If we're focusing on the claws, then Ranger would be a possibility there. But whether they're getting shields or a new pet or a weird armored face mask, I don't know. Maybe it could even be a transformation, now that I think about it. I spent so much time talking about maybe it's like a face mask, a faceplate with a jaw. Maybe someone transforms into this thing. You know, there's a bit of shapeshifting in the game with the Norns all have shapeshifting just as a racial ability. Rangers, when they go into Soul Beast, they have minor transformations happen to their character, basically, but it's more like internal than it is external. When you take on different legends as the Revenant, they get some minor transformations. Like when you're in Demonic and you use the ultimate, it looks like you have 6 eyes instead of 2. So, Cryptis shapeshifting? Maybe. The question would be who would get it? You know, Revenant, when they embrace a legend, they kind of shapeshift a little. Ranger with the Soul Beast, they would kind of shapeshift a little. Like, the thing that does the most shapeshifting in the game is the Norn race. Forget specs. This is clearly an overhaul for Norns. Only Norn Revenants get this. Nobody else. That's it. Necromancer Deathshroud. Only Norn Necros get it. Yeah. But that's it. This is similar to the last one where we were like, magnets, what do they even do? I wrote down a few things, but it all feels like super guesswork. Like any of these could easily be right or easily be wrong. So I am not sure. Also, I have heard from other folks on the grapevine that on the Chinese social media for Guild Wars 2, they are... when I say social media, it's like Twitter. It's called Bilibili, but it's basically Twitter over there. And they are posting these updates along with quotes. Now, I tried to use auto-translate on one of the quotes, and I got thousands of tricks and hidden tricks fighting into the trap 10 days later. Pretty sure that's not translated well. And at the moment of recording this, the new icon, this one right here, is not yet on Bilibili, so I don't have like a poem or anything with that one to chew on. I think that's it. That's all I got. I'm tapped out. That's all the ideas I have. That's all the decent ideas I felt like that people have given me. What do you guys think? Once again, this is all just speculation. Don't get mad. This is all we have is a picture. All we have is a picture. I'm speculating. And if you got anything else, I'm curious to know what you got. Put it in the comment section down below, and I'll fight you there. There we go, chat. Done and done. Look at Saris's face. Let's see. Saris. I'm glad you didn't do that during the recording. I appreciate that. Saris GW2. Apparently there's a company called Saris. I don't think it looks anything like Saris's face. Hold on. Open image in new tab. Oh, that's a terrible image. That's no good at all. That's no good at all. Alright, how about this one? Okay. Alright, so here we go. Here is Saris's face. I mean, he's got a big toothy grin. I don't think it's that similar to him. Revenant Cryptis. Do you think the specs are likely to become new weapons? Personally, I think no, because smaller expansions. I think it's possible. I don't think it's guaranteed. I think it's possible. Like the one with the cards, it could be that you have just like maybe like a special action, or like you hit F1 and then it changes your 1 through 5, like a kit, like in the way that Bladesworn's Gunsaber does, Like you might get a new weapon that might be not a new item, you know what I mean? Like the Gunsaber on the Bladesworn, for example. It could be a new weapon like that. 2 claws. Now that I'm looking at it, kind of, it could be one hand like this and another punching into it, like making a threat. Like, I don't know. It'd be a bit of a stretch, but it almost looks like this. That'd be an awesome way to get a fist of it. Yeah, like they could just make a new weapon without actually designing a new weapon.
Crawler? They have those jutting fangs and all.
Smite crawler? What is a smite crawler? Oh man, I'm almost out of time, chat. Hang on. I'm Googling smite crawler. Guild Wars wiki. I got this this ghost thing. I don't know. I don't think it's that similar, but that is a spooky looking critter I didn't know about. That is a freaky dude. Dual focus warrior, get it? Warrior monk. I never play Bladesworn, so I don't even think about how Bladesworn has a unique weapon. Yeah. It's kind of like Firebrand Tomes, Engineer Flamethrower, Engineer Grenade Kit, Bladesworn the Gunblade, Druid Astral Form. Those are all a button that puts a new weapon in your hand that no other class can use. You know, they could easily add a new, like the cards thing. They might have a thing like, you know, it might be a deck of cards or tarot, and you click the button, and then your 1 through 5 become cards, and they do different things. You know, they could do something like that. Looks like the mouth of the Shadow World boss. Shadow Behemoth World boss. Let me see. Alright. Similarities. I would say I see similarities. Certainly not a one-on-one comparison, but similarities, sure. Looks flourish too. I mentioned that one, yeah. Alright, chat, I have to tear myself away. I'm 30 minutes overtime. Family's waiting on me. I gotta step out. Thank you guys for joining me this morning. I hope y'all had fun. A couple of plugs on the way out. If you're new to my channel, my name is Muck. I stream every evening and every weekday morning. I'll be back this evening for more Mutiny Monday with the multiplayer Riftbreaker beta update. If you guys want to watch me and Fluke get terrorized by you guys. And then tomorrow is Guild Wars Tuesday. I'll be on Guild Wars 2 most of the day tomorrow. Boxen, thank you for the Prime. As always, you guys, please hit the follow button if you're on Twitch, subscribe if you're on YouTube. Here's the links to my YouTube channels, as well as a special thank you to our patrons, and a link to that if you'd like to be one of the people making all these goofy noises. Appreciate you guys, thank you so much, and let me find someone to raid real quick for those of you who want to keep watching on the Twitch side of things. I'm going to raid somebody. Let me see who we got. Let me see. Rage is live. Rage has been in my chat many times. I have never seen their content. I don't know what they're like. If you like them, hit the follow button. If not, then just leave quietly. Don't be mean. We all like different stuff. That's totally fine. I'll see y'all over there. Have a good rest of your day, and I'll be back tonight. See ya.